established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
What's up, Pennsylvania? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. How y'all doing this morning? Oh my goodness. It's like the news is coming at me. It's coming at me. Fast and furious. I had some thoughts in my head and I woke up and I saw that the FBI has said, oh, no. Oh, no. You are listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for our friend, my friend, and yours, Don Stensland, on the Don Stensland Show. OMG. I'm trying to get myself together. Like, where do I even want to start? Listen, guys, this whole week I've been packing it in tight with my guests. It's Friday. Everybody's on vacation. But I do have two special guests coming up. We have Stephen Moore, the economist, a great economist, and friend to all of us who actually love this country. He's going to be calling in. But then later on, in the 11 o'clock hour, I have General Flynn, my friend and yours. I love him. I'll be walking in my backyard and I'll be like, I have a question. I'll just call him. Like, General Flynn.
Really?
Oh, my goodness. I've spent time with him in Florida.
I got to ask, where did this begin, your relationship with General Flynn?
I think when I ran for Senate, I met him. He flew out here. He did an event for me. He endorsed me, and from that moment on, I had two advisors, national security advisors, and he was one of them for my campaign.
I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole, but I got to ask you to take us behind the scenes, because running a big-time campaign as you did, you received a lot of endorsements. I'm sure that made a lot of friends of yours, including Flynn. Is it standard practice that when someone endorses you, you kind of get their cell phone number to become friends like this?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But you know what? And actually, I guess it goes back even before that, because this is when General Flynn, they were trying to put him in jail, and he was just going through the ringer, and I happened to meet his brother. So I think that started it, and I became fast friends with his brother.
You got it with the family.
You know what? The family. It's always the family.
Are you invited to the reunions now there, Kath?
It's always the family. I did not get invited to the reunion, but I did get invited down to Florida. Happened to spend the weekend with them. I mean, such a great family. I mean, this family was like 10 toes down for him, right? It's the kind of family you want to have if you should ever get in the crosshairs of the government. Let's see. But what's so interesting right now, when I woke up this morning and I saw this whole thing about Bolton, General Flynn, he was the first domino. He was the first one we saw get taken out by the deep state once Donald Trump got into office. General Flynn lasted for about 24 days. And so we did a couple of podcasts on this. You go to my YouTube page and just kind of scroll. It's one of the earlier YouTube interviews that I did with him, having him to help explain how he was the first domino. And after General Flynn, I mean, they started going through Donald Trump's administration and just, finding every ridiculous thing possible to get rid of Donald Trump's initial team. But what's interesting about General Flynn is that once he was taken out, Bolton was the one who replaced him as the national security advisor. I don't know, General Flynn would say this out loud, but he can't stand John Bolton. So I don't know if I can get him to say that on air. But I am certainly going to ask him to kind of explain that whole dynamics, because after, I don't know if you guys remember 2016. If you can go back that far, we tend to forget, if it's not trending on Twitter right now, it's like we have no memory of history. But I don't know if you guys remember this, that there were a number of people who were a part of the government establishment who all came out one after another saying, we will not work with Donald Trump. We will not work with Donald Trump. We will not work with this administration, right? Like, they started immediately, like right before Donald Trump was sworn in. It was like, the designers wouldn't design Melania's dress for the inaugural. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember all of this. I have very vivid memories of how people who understood how the government worked, understood where all the dead bodies were, understood, the relationship, understanding that Donald Trump is not a career politician, so he wouldn't know these things. He would need to be guided, and they all came out lined up saying, we will not work with this man. And so again, Donald Trump started going out getting all these various people. And one of the people he brought in was General Flynn, who did know where all the bodies were buried. I don't know if you'll talk about that when I have him on. And there was a reason why they needed to get rid of General Flynn first and immediately. And that's exactly what they did. And then once they were able to remove General Flynn, then they were able to bring in deep stater himself, John Bolton. Look at him right there. I see. I'm looking at this TV screen. I mean, just ridiculous. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about right now, this at first light today, Friday, August 22nd, FBI agents launched a court-authorized raid on the Maryland home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton. The operation began around 7 a.m. Eastern Time and is connected to a national security investigation into the handling of what? Classified documents. Do you have that clip ready that I sent to you earlier about John Bolton? This is when Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home was raided over what? Classified documents. And listen to this man smack his lips in joy.
He's just eating the leftovers off his mustache.
Any given moment. But I don't think he cared about the classification system. I don't think he appreciated the sensitivity of this information, and he didn't appreciate the sensitivity of how it was often acquired, the so-called sources and methods. So this had been briefed to him before I arrived. It was repeated frequently. I think it simply had no impact on him whatever.
There's a couple of different ways that people think about this, and people who are not friendly to the president, who think about what's happened here. And one of them is, Donald Trump, master thief, criminal, running some kind of elaborate conspiracy to bring things out of the White House and keep them secret for potentially for political or financial gain. There are other people whose attitude is Trump is chaotic, he's careless, he's not that smart. He took these things almost by mistake, and now he's basically stamping his feet and saying they're mine. I don't want to give them up. Give me a sense of where you think the truth lies with respect to Trump's intelligence, carelessness, and the degree to which he might have brought motive to bear on taking these documents out of the White House and keeping them for this long at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, it's very hard to speculate on motive other than that he liked cool things. He saw things so he wanted to take them, and he was pretty much able to take them, and not just on classified information matters, on all kinds of things that crossed his desk. Some days he liked to eat a lot of French fries. Some days he took classified documents. He wanted them. Why did he want them? Because he could get them.
Because he could get them, right? So this is back in 2022, and the left legacy media, they love trotting Bolton out in front of the American people to malign Donald Trump every chance he got. And he relished in the moment. Why? Because he was a part of the first Trump administration. And so that brought some legitimacy to what he was saying. And he was like, just eating, licking his fingers on like, ooh, I got some tea. I got to spill this tea. We got to talk about Donald Trump. And now Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel, posted right when the raid was happening, no one, in all caps, is above the law. Boom. Now it's his turn. This is going to be so good. Okay. See y'all on the other side.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia is not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate,
Yep.
which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win? As silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yes, George. Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if I'm not. It might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely. Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence. Right.
What's up, Pennsylvania? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for our good friend, Don Stensland, on the Don Stensland Show. You're listening to the #1 talk radio station in Pennsylvania that covers most of the mid-Atlantic states. And the voice you heard coming out of that break is none other than Stephen Moore, who is an American conservative writer and television commentator on economic issues, serving as a senior visiting fellow in economics at the Heritage Foundation. And you heard him there in the White House talking to the president and the media about why it was necessary to fire, I'm probably going to chop her name up, but Erica McIntyre. What a name, right? that alone should have told us we have problems, Mr. Moore. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. So great to be with you. Thanks so much for having me on the #1 talk radio station in the entire state of Pennsylvania.
I know.
And I did have a wonderful trip over to the Oval Office with the president, and it was funny because the backstory of that incident is that I had come in with a bunch of big poster charts for the president because he loves to look at charts and the data, and I showed him not only the one on the jobs but also the fact that incomes were, did you know, median family income under Trump in his first term in office was up $6,500. Do you know how much it was up under Biden?
How much?
$500. So it was up 10 times. Trump did a 10-time better job helping the middle class in terms of income gains than Biden. And so far, by this year already, in just his first 6 months in office, median family income is up by another $1,000. So, and that's all adjusted for inflation. And so, Trump got very excited about the numbers, and then he calls in all the press and he says, "We've got an important announcement to make to you." And Steve, take it away. I'm like, how about? I didn't know. It was very funny, but I was able to rally, and it was just, that was my 5 minutes of immortality. Now I can die a happy man.
Listen, Stephen, when you're messing around with the president, you have to be ready in season and out of season to give an answer.
It was great. And, he was in a great mood. What he's done for the economy in just the 6 or 7 months he's been in office really been incredible. It's just a complete turnaround in terms of, the improvement in the business conditions, the improvement, and obviously the stock market's been on a record tear. Last couple of days it's been down a little bit, but it's been a good bull market rally. You see all this investment capital that Donald Trump is bringing into the United States from other countries, because the U.S. is sort of the alpha male again when it comes to places people want to invest. So I'm, as you know, I don't always agree with everything the president says and does. And, the first thing he said to me, "There's Steve Moore. He doesn't like my tariffs." And I said, well, some of your tariffs I like and some of them I don't like. But, that's one thing that's great about Trump. You can go into the Oval Office, a little peon like me, and argue with him. But he's done an amazing job for the American people. Even, by the way, let me just say one other thing. Even in those occasions, when I go in and see the president, when I disagree with him, and sometimes I do, I always feel like in his heart, he is really trying to do what is best for America and putting America first. And that's what a president should do.
And absolutely. And I have seen over the past 7 months now that he's been in office, around and about, is that I've seen maybe 4 different times when he had a particular thought and position in mind. And I've seen him change that position to be open to what
Yes.
his base was actually saying. You name it, I don't
Yes.
care. All the way from how we're dealing with how we dealt with Iran to the Jeffrey Epstein files, whatever it is. I saw. And I haven't experienced that and watching that in real time of a leader of this country, even at the state level, have an opinion in their mind, and then the people begin to say, no, I disagree, or wait a minute, let's pause. And then you see that same leader saying, you know what, let me take this into consideration.
Yeah, he does. He likes to take different voices, listen to different people, and he's got very good economic instincts. I mean, the fact is, he's a very successful president. I mean, a businessman. And this is what's sort of unique about Donald Trump is normally we've elected politicians like Joe Biden, and that didn't turn out so well, did it? Donald, I don't think Joe Biden ever hired a worker in his whole life. He never. Not only did he not work for a private business, he never. I mean, started a private business. He never worked for a private business.
Right.
So it does make a lot of difference when you get somebody who knows how to meet a payroll and run a business and make a profit. And Trump has been, I think he's on his game right now, totally. And, I live in D.C., as you know, and, gee, how dare he bring the National Guard to?
I was going to ask you about that. How is it? How is it?
By the way, the people who are most victimized by the crime, you know what demographic group is most victimized by the crime?
Black people.
Black Americans, yes. Yeah. So why is it racist to try to get the crime? And they're the ones who are getting robbed. They're the ones who are getting mugged on the street corners. And look, I think it's a disgrace. I've been here for 35 years that, you can go within 1 mile of our nation's capital and get mugged.
Yeah, I know, right? I heard Donald Trump give this analogy. He said his father would take him out to restaurants, and his father told him, if you're going into a restaurant and if the front door is dirty, you don't want to eat at that restaurant, because if the front door is dirty, then the kitchen is even dirtier, right? And he equated that to Washington, D.C. This is the front door when nations come to our country. D.C. is the front door of the rest of the nation. And if you can't walk a block without getting mugged and harmed, that says a lot about the rest of the country and whether or not other nations think we are supreme, and if they want to repatriate those dollars and bring in that capital investment.
It's a great point. And, it's a really good point that you're making and the president made. And you're right. The capital, that when people from around the world come to the United States, one of the first places they come to is our capital. Right. And if you're right, if they see dirty windows and broken windows and people run around with guns shooting at each other, they're going to say, oh, you don't want to go to America. That's a terrible place, because this is the window of our country. So, it's so interesting, too, because, when I talk to people on the, if you listen to the media, oh, my God, this is so outrageous, the federal takeover of Washington, D.C.
Right.
And then when I ask people on the street, black, white, Hispanic, young, old, they're like, thank God somebody's getting rid of the criminals.
Listen, black people never came up with that stupid notion of defund the police. That's a stupid idea. And black people did not come up with that. It was what did Stephen Miller, how did Stephen Miller describe these people? Do you have that ready?
90-year-old hippies, yeah.
Communists, white, stupid hippies.
That has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old.
I love it. I mean, like, they're not living downtown. Like, they're not the primary victims. It's the young black mom and dad who's trying to get their kid just to get across the street and coming into harm's way.
Well, the other issue that, Trump has really helped minorities with, Joe Biden and Barack Obama and almost no other modern president really did much for, was school choice. And we now have the most rapid expansion of allowing, lower income and especially minority, Hispanic, and black parents to send their kids to the best school they can and not be trapped into one lousy school. I'm from Chicago. We've got almost half of our schools are complete failures.
Yeah.
So it's almost child abuse to have to send your kid to a school that they're not safe, they're not teaching, et cetera, et cetera. Trump he is the biggest advocate for school choice that we've had in the White House ever. ever.
Yeah.
So,
Praise
a
the
lot
Lord.
of things. I don't understand why why the media doesn't talk about those kinds of things.
Stupid white
you know.
hippies, communists need to go take a nap. That's the reason. Let me ask you real quick. I woke up this morning to, Democrats always said no one's above the law. And this morning I woke up to former Ambassador John Bolton's home office being raided right there. What do you say? You have any thoughts on that?
I had just seen that story. I don't exactly know what it's all about.
Classified documents,
we'll see.
Mar-a-Lago, all over again.
Yeah. Well, was this the FBI or who was it that raided his?
It was the FBI.
So I'll have to look into that one. But well, I thought one of the most outrageous things that happened under President President Biden was when the FBI raided his compound at, a former president of the United States.
Right.
And as Trump said, hey, Joe, all you had to do was ask me for these documents. I would have given to you. But instead, he sends the whole National Guard and the FBI with machine guns to that was outrageous.
Absolutely. Hey, let me ask you a question about an article that you wrote. Drill, baby, drill is working. Yes, it is working. It worked before. In 2016, we saw that it worked, and now you wrote in here, you said, all told, American energy in the ground is a $50 trillion treasury chest that has the ability to pay off our entire national debt, and it's working again, it's booming again. What do we need to make sure that when Trump is no longer in office, we don't go back to what we just lived through under the past 4 years?
Now, you're talking about on the energy issue? Or?
Correct.
Yeah. So, Trump, we are, first of all, I think most of your listeners know this because you have smart listenership. There's no country that is endowed with greater natural resources and energy resources than the U.S. of A. We have so much oil, gas, coal. We have incredible minerals. I mean, it just makes me so angry that we're now dependent on China for some of these precious minerals and the vital, rare earth minerals when we have more of it than any other country. It's just that the left has not allowed us to do any mining for 50 years. Or 25 years at least. So we need to use all our energy resources. That's what Trump is doing. We are producing more American energy today than ever before. And guess what? Look at the gas prices. They're falling again. That didn't happen under Biden.
It sure didn't. Thank you so much. Sorry, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for popping in. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend, my friend.
Yes. This is Stephen Moore, who we just listened to. Stephen Moore, an American conservative writer, television commentator on economic issues, serving as a senior visiting fellow in economics at the Heritage Foundation. Thank you so much, sir, for calling in. And here's the number if you want to call in, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CR-V with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cann's, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Tonight, 6:45 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Yes, we're going to have a good day, regardless of the stupid white hippies, communists who need to go take a nap, holding up stupid signs. I'm going to get to that in a few moments, but right now, actually, let me just read the sign, and then, David, I'm going to come to you out of South Carolina. But Winsome Sears, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, who is running for governor of Virginia, she was at a rally. She was speaking, and again, here's a communist, white hippie, stupid white hippie woman who needs to go take a nap because she's 90 years old, according to Stephen Miller, holding up a sign that read, "Hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain." How dumb is that? If you're on YouTube, you're looking at it right now. We just posted the video of this whitehead, stupid, white hippie woman who needs to go take a nap, saying if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain, as if the two are synonymous. It's so stupid. And here's another white man trying to explain to her, if you're looking at the YouTube video, that is racist. David, let me take your call. How are you, sir?
Hey, Kathy, how are you?
I'm doing well.
First, I got to give you props for that song. My one twin is a huge Forrest Frank fan.
Yay!
I even took her up to see him in Charlotte. I mean, I never heard of him until she started talking about him, but I do actually kind of like it. It's not my kind of Christian music, but I've learned to like it through her. So
I like
props
it.
to that.
Yes. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you something. There's a gospel station down here that has a radio show, a talk show every weekday. And there's this woman that comes on there. Of course, these are black people. These are liberals and everything. These are Jim Clyburn's lapdogs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told her about this preacher in North Carolina named Patrick Wood. And I don't know if you ever seen any of his videos, but he's phenomenal. And she makes comments when you talk about someone like him that she has this phrase, skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Yeah.
So basically she would look at you and say, you're not really black.
Yes.
Because you don't vote the way she says you should vote.
Correct.
So I'm not trying to sound patronizing, but I really admire people like you that, because I know you're getting pressure. I know there are people in your family that look at you, differently because of this. And it's almost like you have to hide it in shame. A buddy of mine went to get some work done here, and this black man ran this little welding shop, and he could tell my buddy was definitely a Trump guy. He said, let me show you something. He went to the back, brought back his MAGA hat, and he said, I can't wear this in public. I can't wear this around at the family reunion, but I'm going to show it to you. So I'm just amazed that people are able to do that, because they get ostracized and, criticized for it and made to feel bad about it. So I'm just curious your thoughts on that. Like, how do you handle that?
Yeah, David, thank you so much for calling. Stay right there. I want you to stay with us. But I want to ask, are you calling from South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at our station, Dan. I told you guys, I say it all the time with the number one. This is huge. Thank you so much, David, for calling in and asking that question. You're right. Let me tell you something. You cannot have thin skin and be black and vocally a conservative. I mean, when you see a black person who is very vocal about their conservative values and are open about voting for the Republican Party, and specifically 10 toes down for what Donald Trump is doing, you already know you got a winner on your hand. When I see black people like that, I'm like, okay, you are my brother or my sister in so many ways. But one of the things I learned, through all of this, because I've been a conservative for a very long time, and most black people are conservative, but I've been a conservative who've actually been learning to vote my values since probably as a junior in college. Like most black people, I too came out of the womb and was almost grafted right into the Democrat Party. But as a young woman who's smart, not morally compromised, willing to look at hard things and do hard work, I was willing to look beyond the color of someone's skin and say, well, what are the values you're bringing to the table, and do those values align with my values, right? I did this with Barack Obama. Obviously, as a young girl growing up in the deep south of Alabama, you see a black man who is looking like he has a really good chance of winning the presidency. Well, you take notice of that, obviously. But I can't solely vote for him because of the color of his skin. How myopic is that? How small-minded is that? So, but it took me about 5 minutes of research to see how he had voted as a senator and as a state legislator in Illinois to realize, and I read his book about his father, and I read articles about him. It took me less than 5 minutes to realize this is someone I could never vote for, and I became very vocal about why other black people, I wasn't in politics, just minding my business, trying to live my life. And I started being very vocal, and I started seeing a lot of pushback on people who know me to be a good person, an earnest person, and all of a sudden they pretended they didn't know me. Donald Trump pops on the scene. I lost all of my black friends. No one. I lost all of them. Years of relationship, decades of relationships, because they just couldn't wrap their mind around, I may not want to vote for the person they want to vote for. All of a sudden, everyone became extremely intolerant, and all the lies. And so...
Yeah, they understand basic fairness. They understand boys should not be in girls' locker rooms in their sports and everything. People understand fairness, but they get so indoctrinated, I got to vote this way, though.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm telling you, it is very hard. And so unlike your friend who hid his conservative values or how he voted, I would actually come alongside him and try to give him the courage to live his life out loud. People are watching, people are listening, and no, it's not easy. No, people will call you names. People will stop returning your phone call and ghost you. But this is a part of the process of living in a free country. when it was said we have a republic if you can keep it. He wasn't just talking about legislators. It starts with us. We are the culture. The culture is us and how we show up and share our beliefs. I will not hide my conservative flag. I am proud of who I am. I love this country. I want to do my part in handing down to the next generation, my children and yours, a better America than the one that was handed down to me. And it starts with us not being afraid. I don't care if you're black, white, or whatever. We got to start speaking up.
Well, I sure appreciate you, and I enjoy listening to your show.
Yay. Thank you so much. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at Kathy4Truth. David, that was so encouraging. And let me just say real quick for all of you, how much time do I have? Do I have enough time?
Yeah, you sure do. Got about 3 or 4 minutes here.
Okay, good. Okay. I don't want to get cut off on this thought. Here it is. It's no secret that America has a complicated history. Slavery, segregation, racism. These are wounds we have struggled to heal. But somewhere along the way, somewhere on this journey, the memory of those wounds stopped serving as a source of learning and began functioning as a tool of control. And that is what the liberal left has done. They have taken our complicated history as a nation of slavery, segregation, and racism, and they have weaponized it, turned it into a weapon. It does not serve black people. It does not serve the overwhelming majority of Americans. It does not serve America. It serves their own agenda. We are no longer allowed in this country to remember our history in order to grow beyond it. We are expected to wallow in it, to be defined by it, to be paralyzed by it, and forever manipulated through it. This isn't about healing, it's moral blackmail. And that is how they have used the history of slavery. I have the blood of slaves coursing through my veins. I take it very serious. I take it very personal when I see white people, primarily liberal white people, holding up signs talking about you're not allowed to use my water fountain. If a man is not allowed to go into your bathroom, it is not the same. That trans man, now if you want to wear a dress, be happy, twirl all day long, I don't care. But the moment you come outside of your door and now you're stepping into my space, guess what? In America, this is when we are supposed to be able to stop, let's talk about it, right? But the moment you tell me to shut up, sit down, be quiet, the trans struggle is just like the black man struggle. That's a lie. The two are not the same. I could not, no matter how hard I try, I cannot hide the fact that I'm black. I can't roll over tomorrow and not be black. Maybe if I had the money of Beyonce and Michael Jackson, I could start the process of bleaching, but I would never. If I could go and come back, I would choose to be me. I hope you can say the same thing. But this is what it is. Our history as a nation, our complicated history of slavery, segregation, racism, it is being used as moral blackmail, and it has been used as a weapon to force the rest of us who are not morally compromised, stupid, a communist, and an old white hippie who needs to take a nap, to accept things.
These stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap.
We are being manipulated to adopt behaviors and laws and policies that we would never otherwise adopt. All of you who allow these teachers to teach your little white children that somehow they're evil, this is moral blackmail. And you got to look at yourself in the mirror and say why you didn't have a backbone to go in there and pull your child out and flip over tables as you were walking out with your baby. Why did you allow these people to break the spirit of your little white kid because it's moral blackmail. It is effective. And if we don't get our mind wrapped around it, guess what? They're going to do it again. If we should lose in the midterm, if Donald Trump gets out of office and 3 years from now, these people are going to come back and explode onto the scenes like a bad case of herpes. You heard it first from me. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for our girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show, listening to the #1 talk radio station. What about that?
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Getting support from friends online kept me on track.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
Instead of smoking after I ate, I'd get up and take a walk.
I missed having a cigarette in my hand, so I'd hold a pen or a straw, anything.
Until I knew I wouldn't give in to temptation, I spent more time with my friends who didn't smoke.
I went to places that were smoke-free.
I didn't stay quit the very first time I tried.
I kept on trying, and I learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
I quit.
I quit.
I quit.
We did it, so can you.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
I mean, I know. I'm forgetting. I'm at work. I'm ready to start walking. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much. David, thank you so much, David from South Carolina. Thank you so much for calling in. That's so cool. I just saw that you were on live chat and you said, I feel like I want to call Kathy and pick her mind on something. Thank you so much. I love that. Yes, please feel free to give me a call right here. I am here for all of it. Just call 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Before I go to Winsome Sears again, I want to I want to talk to Ed. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
I am doing great. Kathy Barnett isn't just a beautiful dame, but she's on top of her game. I'm loving every minute of it.
I love it. Thank you so much, Ed. I mean, we have to have our rhyme of the day.
Hey, you're a pleasure because you're like a treasure.
Yes, I agree. I hear no lies.
Hey, isn't it amazing that Trump has to get into these inner cities that from the time I was a kid, even being in Philadelphia, I remember a cop saying when I was sitting in the bleachers, and I'm only a kid at like 9 years old, and he said, son, there's neighborhoods I won't even go in unless I got massive backup.
How about that? That is true.
I mean, this has been going on forever, and it took Trump now to get to this problem?
Because Trump actually wants to solve the problem.
Yes, and I love every minute of it.
Thank you so much. You got a rhyme to take us out?
Oh, no, I hung up. Oh, that was my fault.
Sorry, Ed. That was not me.
Oh.
Do you have that Winsome Sears?
Before we go there, I just want to give you an update in the YouTube chat. There's a new nickname for Ed. I'd want your thoughts on it there, Kathy. It's Busted Rhymes.
Busted Rhymes. Oh, Buster Rhymes. You want to call it that, Buster Rhymes. Okay. Love it.
Yeah, here's Winsome there, Kath.
Good evening. My name is Winsome Earl Sears. I'm a Marine. I am a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm an immigrant to this great country. It was my job growing up in Jamaica to dust the picture of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I also served as vice president on the Virginia State Board of Education. I have sat where you are sitting, and let me tell you, what is happening in our schools right now is just wrong. It's dangerous, it's insane, and it has to stop. Here's the truth. There are two sexes, boys and girls, and for generations we've understood this, that they deserve their own sports teams, their own locker rooms, their own bathrooms. That's not discrimination. It is common sense.
Okay,
but
let me
here
just
in
pause
Arlington,
there.
the trust.
I mean, because none of this is a news flash. Unless you're stupid, old white hippie communist who need to go take a nap, or unless you're morally compromised, you don't know the difference between right and wrong. Maybe it's a news flash to you. But to the rest of us, this is not a news flash. How many of you call me if you did not know boys and girls should not share the same public bathroom? How many of you are confused? Please call me. I will give you a moment on the #1 talk radio station. Yes, you will be talking to millions. Now you got to give your real name. 855-839-1210. Please, if you've never known, if you had no idea that a grown man with a beard and his genitals intact, wearing a dress and heels, if you did not know that there's something wrong about that person walking into a public restroom behind your 11-year-old daughter, please call me. I would love to hear it. If you had no idea that a boy who's been a boy all his life, now he's in college and decides he will never win a medal against other boys, but if he paints his nails and grow his hair out and pretends to be a girl and compete against your college daughter, then he can actually win some things. If you had no idea that there's something flawed about that until now, and you're over the age of 2, please call Let me give you that number, 855-839-1210. I will give you a moment. Now, you better call with your right mind. You better call and talk like you got some sense. But yes. Oh, we got to go to break? Yep, got to go to break. I see you on the other side. Call.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Jack Chitterelli, I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man. This is to be continued, all right?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, I don't see any phone calls. You liberals got all this stuff to say. I don't see any phone calls. Where are the phone calls? Yes, let's talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They just want you to shut up and do it. Let me tell you, I didn't know I had all this stuff in me until David called. I guess I've been packing it down deep in me. But this stuff that it's moral blackmail. They're using the history of this nation and they're engaging in moral blackmail. We would not when I say we, not me, because I was very vocal about this from the very beginning, but most of y'all, but I'm going to just use we as a collective here. We have allowed certain things to occur that would never have happened. We're told that because slavery existed, we must support open borders and welcome millions of unknown individuals into our nation, or else you're a racist. It can't possibly be about safety or stability or sovereignty of our own nation, right? No, if you don't open up your borders and allow millions of people to just walk in, then somehow it's because you're a xenophobe or you're a racist. If you oppose chemical castration for your children, or you raise concerns about gender ideology in the classroom, you're not defending innocence. No. See, you're echoing the cruelty of slavery, of your slave-owning forefathers. And for people like me, again, as David from South Carolina accurately said, I mean, like, they would just lump me in there with the rest of you white people. They would say, okay, they can't say my family owns slaves, so they would just say I'm white adjacent, or is something they used to try to call me. Or they would say that I hate myself, right? I hate being black, so I'm trying to act white, right? Like, those are the things. They would call me an Uncle Tom. And the moment they called me an Uncle Tom, I knew immediately they had never read the book, because Uncle Tom is actually the hero in that story, right? But these people are just stupid white hippies. But not just stupid white people. They're stupid black people, stupid Hispanics, stupid Asians, stupid Indian. I mean, just people. It's people. But I got to tell y'all, maybe because you're the majority in this country, these white hippie women, I mean, it's a new level of stupidity. But it couldn't be we were trying to protect the innocence of our children that we didn't want this gender ideology taught in our schools. It couldn't be because of that. It had to be because we're racist. And if you challenge dysfunction within the black community, and there's a lot of dysfunction that the algorithms are pushing out there. I mean, I've already told you guys, talk about black fatigue. No one is more fatigued of the black community being portrayed as debauch as I am. But if you try to talk about these challenges of dysfunction, the fatherlessness and all of that, you're not pursuing truth. You're betraying your people. This is not a debate. It's a trap. Listen to this mother talk about this 6'4" person who's never played volleyball before and now suddenly want to play volleyball.
Funding. The boy in question is 6'4" and has zero volleyball experience, yet somehow managed to make the team. A longtime beloved coach of the girls' volleyball team quit, and if she is here or watching, I have the utmost respect for you standing firm on your morals and values. As I look at the board in front of me, I see members with daughters of their own, and I ask you, would you want your daughter to compete against a boy who is 6'4"? Would you be happy if a boy secured a spot on the team meant for your daughter? Would you want your daughter to undress in front of him in the locker room? Would you want him to undress in front of her? Would you want your daughter to be hit in the head with a volleyball that was spiked by a boy? Look up Peyton McNabb, who suffered a brain injury after being hit in the head by a boy with the ball. Boys are inherently stronger than girls.
1 minute remaining.
That is a fact. If you disagree with this statement, please explain to me why we have boys sports and girls sports. Members of this board, past and present, over the last 5 years have followed the science.
Okay. I mean, this mom, I mean, where were the lies? I heard no lies. And if you heard a lie in what she said, specifically that boys are not girls, girls are not boys, that boys are different from girls, girls are different from boys. If you believe those statements are lies, please call me at 855-839-1210. I will not overtalk you. I will actually give you a moment. But with that, I have Maureen from Wynwood on the phone. Hi, Maureen.
Hey, Kathy, I'm so enjoying your show today. You're just wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you're quite welcome. So I was saying to the call screener that you talked about General Flynn earlier in the show, and all these years, and even while it was happening, I just felt so terrible for him. And to hear that he has, I guess, recovered emotionally, financially, whatever. And I was very curious if you, without revealing things that you shouldn't, could tell me how he's doing. Because I just thought, I even prayed for him during that time because I felt so badly for that happening to him. I thought maybe you could tell me more.
Well, what I can say, and I certainly ask him when he comes on, he's in California right now, so they are 3 hours behind us. So he generally wakes up pretty early, I'm hoping. I talked to him. He's supposed to be coming on. So I am hoping. Wake up! I know. That he will be coming on. But yeah, so I will also ask him to expound on what he wants to. But from my vantage point, and I won't talk about myself very much. Yes, you move forward in life because we must move forward in life. But let me tell you, there is nothing nice about people dragging your name and your family and all of your good work and all the good you've done in serving your country across the nation solely for their own either enjoyment or their own capture of power. It happened to me when Sean Hannity, even Donald Trump, as well as Rick Grinnell and many other MAGA-ites, fake MAGAs who came out lying on me, calling me I could be a member of Black Lives Matter, I'm marching with the Proud Boys, I'm a radical, I'm extreme. And writing articles. It's not a good feeling. And so I can only speak from my own personal experience of having gone through not nearly on the same level as General Flynn. They started attacking his son, saying that if he did not kowtow and admit guilt, that they were going to start investigating his son. I mean, he's been very open about that. And so, so initially he acquiesced and, admitted some form. I don't know I can't recall if it was him fully, admitting to it, but he was under a tremendous amount of pressure and you don't fully recover from that. It is not a nice thing when the full weight of the world and very powerful people put a spotlight on you. But he's a good man. He was so very supportive of me. I think he probably came to Pennsylvania and walked alongside me in that senatorial race, maybe 3 or 4 times. Just incredibly using whatever little bit of platform he had to help me. And he didn't know me, but just an incredibly kind person. And he has done so much for our country, even before this happened. So, and now we're finding out, most of us already knew this, but now is being open and put before all of us with what DNI Secretary Tulsi Gabbard is exposing, that all of it was a lie. All of it was made up. And they knew it was made up, and they did it because they could not swallow the fact that the American people rejected Obama and the past 8 years of the Obama administration and wanted nothing to do with Hillary Clinton. They couldn't just sit in that and say, okay, they think we suck. No, they couldn't do that. They had to flip the script, weaponize our government against her own people. That's not a good feeling.
No, well, thank you for elaborating. And, I was horrified from the very beginning about how he was treated. So I'm very glad to hear that he's just okay. If that's as good as he can get, well, I hope he continues to improve. But God bless that man and his family.
Yeah.
And the terrible things that happened to him.
Yeah, I met his wife, so precious. I mean, just such a precious family. If you go to my YouTube page and look up General Flynn and Kathy Barnett, you will see my interview with him. And I asked him all of this because he was the first domino to fall in 2016 in the first Trump administration. And it went all downhill from there. Then this is the reason why we cannot give an inch. And this is the reason why we cannot hide and just say, I'm going to just be a conservative in my little space and I don't want to bother. No, this is your moment. This is your moment to get loud. I used to have people saying, Kathy, I'm praying for you when I ran for office. And I would say, great. Pray for me and go knock on some doors. Pray for me and go donate. Pray for me and go make a pot of coffee. Go talk to your neighbor about something other than the weather today. Talk about something that's real and substantive. This is our job as Americans. This is our responsibility of living in a free nation, is to do our part to speak truth, even when people say they don't want to hear it.
Yes, well, me and my family. I have 2 boys and a wonderful husband, and we are card-carrying conservatives and have no problem saying it out loud.
I love it. Thank you so much, Maureen, for calling in. I appreciate it. Okay, guys, listen, here's the number. I guess no liberals are listening. Millions of people across the nation are listening right now, but I guess not a one of you are liberals. Or maybe not a one of you actually believe that a boy can be a girl. Okay, I can get with that. The number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. See you on the other side.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, who I had over the house a few months ago to get our AC unit summer ready. Well, if you haven't had your AC unit serviced yet, take my advice. Get it serviced, and get it serviced now. If Marvin E. Cann's feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit, TRANE. It's hard to stop a train, as they say. MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
That's right. We're moving right on. If you want to jump into this conversation, 855-839-1210. I just got a text from General Flynn's team. He's going to be calling in really soon. Very excited about that. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but Texas is getting ready to vote now on redistricting. That means Ratchet Jasmine Crockett is going to be out. Because, of course, she can't go into a district not full of black people or lunatic, white, hippie, communists who need to go take a nap and actually win. She can't go into any other kind of community and actually say, this is what I'm voting for, and walk in and acting like she got some sense. No, she can only win in communities where it's overwhelmingly black people who have been manipulated and not paying attention to what's going on around them, or she can only walk into rooms full of stupid old white hippie communists who need to go take a nap. So it looks like Jasmine Crockett is going to be what? Out. So Texas Senate to vote on new congressional map. That is going to be amazing. I cannot wait for all the liberal heads to explode. So let me just set it up. Here we go. Again, first light this morning. I don't know, at 5 a.m., 7 a.m. No one is above the law. The FBI agents on mission. Attorney General Pam Bondi added that America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always. What are you playing?
Trump did make some comments on this. So
oh, yes.
Here you go, Kathy.
When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East. He wants to always kill people, and he's very bad at what he does. But he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that. But he really doesn't talk. He's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, "Oh no, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton's there." He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Do you expect the DOJ to brief you on this?
Yeah, they'll brief me. Probably today sometime.
And the foreign minister.
I tell Pam and I tell the group, I don't want to know about it. Just, you have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not necessary. I could know about it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer. But I feel that it's better this way.
Foreign minister.
Okay, General Flynn literally just called my cell phone. So I just sent him over the number to the station.
Oh, no.
Which I did. But he's going to be calling over really soon. So it's going to be really great. Donald Trump is saying he's not involved, but this is what's happening. Yeah. I mean, this is really good. This is, I think, the kind of movement that MAGA wants to see. We don't want another, we're about to do something. We're about to do it. We're getting ready to do it. We're in the midst of doing it. We want to see heads roll. Not literally, but we want to see people be held accountable. And with me is my good friend and yours, General Flynn. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, Kathy, and I always love talking to you because you're such an uplifting spirit. You know, you're great. And to all the listeners out there, wow, what an amazing time to be living in here in the United States of America with all the things that are playing out. My God.
And that's why I wanted you on. I adore you. You know that. Now everybody on air all across the Mid-Atlantic know it because I probably have just been really glazing you, General Flynn. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you did for me in that Senate race. I appreciate your kindness. I appreciate what you've done for our country. And I had you on my podcast once, and I just said it out loud. I was like, General Flynn, you were the first domino to fall. I mean, it started with you, and after you, it was a downward spiral for those 4 years. And then going into 2020, talk to us about that, because after you left, Bolton, that snake, was able to slither in. Like, talk to us about that, just everything. Give us some perspective of what's happening right now.
So, I appreciate that. So, to give a little reminder, you know, a little history lesson here, but what we've learned and what has been exposed is just so outrageous. But back in 2016, when Donald Trump was first elected, there was a meeting between he and Barack Obama. And during that meeting, Barack Obama warned Trump not to hire me. And then immediately after that, then Trump went ahead and hired me. In fact, Trump and I spoke about that meeting and kind of laughed about it, laughed it off like, hey, what's the deal? And because I had just helped Trump win the election, and of 2016. But now what we've learned from this exposure that Tulsi Gabbard has done is that there was another meeting right after that session between Obama and Trump in the Oval Office, and that's when they basically conspired, as Tulsi Gabbard has said, and Trump has also repeated. They conspired to commit treason and to undermine the United States of America. And that meeting actually took place on the 8th of December of 2016. That's a meeting, that's a data point for the audience that I was not aware of at all until it recently got exposed by DNI Gabbard. So the next meeting then was the 5th of January, which during that meeting, in the Oval Office again, with Obama leading it, and Clapper, Brennan, Comey, all the likely suspects.
Yep.
They then conspired again because they weren't exactly sure how to do it, but that's when they conspired again to make this whole thing up about Russia, right? I mean, they had already talked about the Russia thing. They had already known that Hillary Clinton had paid for this information to try to, beat Donald Trump in the 2016 election. So none of that worked. And so then what they decided on the 5th of January of 2017, they decided right then and there to undermine the presidency of the United States. And their very first target, and they talked about this in that meeting, 5 January 2017, they said, we've got to get Flynn before we go after Trump. Because they knew that what I was already talking about doing was going after the intelligence community. And basically, we talked about audits and all this other stuff, but I knew the system, and I knew where, like they say, where the bodies are buried metaphorically. And that's what they were so worried about me for. So let's jump from there to now, because I think what's happening now, and I do want to talk about this Bolton raid this morning, because it has everything to do with what is going on and what Tulsi Gabbard has been exposing. This is not just John Bolton, one off. This guy was the national security advisor. Right after me, he also was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations during the Bush administration. So this is a very serious guy, and this is a very serious raid that just took place to look for classified information, right? So they must have, the FBI and the DOJ, they must have solid evidence that they did to conduct this raid, because these aren't the raids of before where they would raid, Roger Stone's house or my whatever, going after me. These guys I know because, people ask me, Kathy, how come you're not in? And what I talked to the president about early on is that I can be far more effective on the outside because I can maneuver, to use a military term. I can maneuver much easier working with different parts of the government and be very flexible. And so what I do know is that there are grand juries, there are teams that are put together to investigate not just Russiagate, but I think the next big bombshell, the really big one, that I think is going to be even worse than what we've already learned from Russiagate, which is as bad as it can get, right? You think it can't get any worse? Well, the 2020 election, and the theft of the 2020 election, and actually, Kathy, in a lot of ways, you were affected by that.
I was.
Absolutely, 100%. All of the different people that were part of elections, and we know now from some of the evidence that even the 2016 election was tainted a bit to try to favor it for the presidential election to Hillary Clinton. So, and they just didn't go far enough. So in 2020, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They did it. So as I've said, the attempted coup was after Trump won in 2016. The actual coup was the stolen election of 2020.
Yes, it was.
And they're going to look at all of the auto pen stuff, all that. Every single thing is on the table, because what people in the United States of America and your listening audience just cannot fathom. And trust me, folks, it was hard for me to fathom. It's hard for me to believe that we would have people in our country that would try to undermine the country to the point of essentially setting up and staging a coup, which we kind of look at other third world countries around the world going, well, those losers over there, wherever there is, yeah, that's what happens all the time. Well, guess what, folks? It happened right here in the United States of America. And I know that there's still a percentage of people in this country that find it so hard to believe. And frankly, you have the media, the big media, the top three, the ABC, NBC, CBS, those, and some of the big cable, that they just are not. They're not going to tell the truth about it, and they're trying to still stick with the, what we call the mockingbird media, which is a very real issue in this country. So all that said, with what happened this morning, and President Trump is also going to, I think, make an announcement today, if he hasn't already, because I'm on the West Coast now, but I think President Trump's going to make an announcement today. And it's going to have to do with Venezuela, I believe. This is my speculation. And why Venezuela? Well, it's not just that Maduro, he's not a dictator of a country. He's not a duly elected president.
Right.
He is the head. So Maduro, and this matters. These are data points, and I'm trying to weave these things together for your audience, and it's very complex. But this is my life, right? This is what I do. I look at the national security of our country, and I look at the adversaries that we're up against, and I try to help where I can to defeat these people, because there's we're always being tested, right? We're always being tested, like the Bible says. But so Venezuela, Maduro is not the president of a country. He's actually the head of the largest foreign terrorist organization in the world, called the Cartel del Sol. And when everybody there in Philadelphia, in greater metropolitan area, and frankly, the live streaming or streaming to everybody else around the world, the TDA, the Tren de la Agua, they are the fighting forces of Cartel del Sol. So TDA was sent into the United States of America, frankly, over the last 4 years, to the tune of thousands of fighters, right? Yeah. Thousands of now designated. These aren't just criminals. These are now designated terrorists because they met the conditions to do that. Cartel del Sol, which is the headquarters of them in Venezuela, and Maduro is the head of that. So that's why the $50 million bounty on the arrest of Maduro was put out about a week and a half ago, and we now have U.S. military naval vessels, a naval armada down off the coast of Venezuela, not to attack Venezuela, but to put so much pressure in a blockade, basically, on their ability to be able to do any trade, because Maduro is going to be given an ultimatum to get out, just like Assad left Syria, because there is a duly elected president down in Venezuela. So, and I could go on and on. I don't want to
go on and on. Go ahead.
I don't want to jump. Well, I don't want to jump. I want to keep your audience aware this story that I'm telling. So Venezuela has a lot to do with the Ukraine war. Okay, the war in Ukraine. So it's hard. Again, this is my life, and I'm going to try to connect this dot for your audience. So when Trump needs Putin to talk about a peace agreement and, with the Ukraine war, Venezuela has parts to do with it, because what the Russians have done, like Russia complains about, NATO encroaching on its frontier. Well, Russia and China, I don't want to let China off the hook, Russia and China, they have not only put themselves in a very big way into Venezuela, but they've also put themselves in a much different way into Cuba. So we all, for some that remember a little bit of history of 1963, the Cuban Missile Crisis, well, the Russian encroachment against our own frontiers, and frankly, to tie in the Chinese encroachment, the Chinese have been working with these drug cartels in Mexico, and the Cartel del Sol out of Venezuela, which is kind of an umbrella group that runs a lot of these. So you've got this encroachment on our own frontiers. So Trump is bringing all of these up in a very, in a very masterful geopolitical, geostrategic way to say, okay, we're going to do these things for you. We're going to do these things for you, Putin, and we're going to try to get to a long-term peace agreement here. But we also need, some reassurances in our own hemisphere, and that's where Trump is at. And he's not mincing words. He's not going to be somebody, he's not going to be somebody that can be dealt, can be messed with when it comes to taking care of America first. So I want people to understand that this stage that we are on globally is a big, big deal. And when you're talking about, well, why can't we just stop the war in Ukraine? Why can't we do this? Because there are so many other pieces that must be considered. Because at the end of the day, it is about what I call our selfish self-interest as Americans, right? Because our government is supposed to be run by us, by we the people. And now I'll get to my higher horse here and say, look, folks, if you want to change the way that you live, if you want to make your lives better, you have got to get involved as citizens. The young lady that I'm talking to right now that's running this show today, Kathy Barnett, she made a conscious decision, given her entire life's history, to get involved as a citizen in politics. Wasn't easy. It was ugly, in fact. And I rode with you some of that way.
Yeah,
and you know it. You know it. And it's the whole establishment. It's like all these people that want to continue to control our lives. Well, that's not supposed to be the way it is here in the United States of America. It is supposed to be we the people who control our lives, but we can only control our lives if we get involved. And I use this phrase, local action equals a national impact. So if you don't like your school systems, then get involved in the school boards. If you don't like the rules or ordinances in your city or your townships, get involved in the city councils or the town councils. I mean, Americans have a responsibility. Like I served our country in uniform, and I'm continuing to serve it out of uniform. Every American has a responsibility to serve in some capacity, and so I can't emphasize that enough. I can't impassion that enough to everybody that I meet on a daily basis. I'm out in California. I'm getting ready to go to a big function here tonight to encourage people in California to stand up against the nonsense that these people out here have to live with, and most people out here don't like what they live. They don't like the environment, the political environment of California. But you know what? When we have 30% turnout for elections, we get what we get, right? We got to have everybody, all in, right? All in. We're not in the bleachers anymore. We are on the field. And and I wrote a book called The Field of Fight a long time ago, and that's kind of where I am. I'm on this field of fight, meaning, I know what service to country means, and I have children, I have grandchildren, I have met the best, in America around our country, and now it's like we all have to make this decision. Otherwise, we let these establishment people. I mean, this raid on John Bolton, he is the epitome of establishment. There's no Democrat or Republican thing going on there. This is an establishment figure who violated, and I guarantee that he's going to have some very serious charges, and more than likely the Bureau, the FBI, and the DOJ are going to sit him down and go, okay, there, Mr. Bolton. Here's what you did, and we've got you dead to rights. Do you want to help us out with some of these other people that you dealt with? Because it might mean he may have been providing information to adversaries.
Right.
He may have been providing information, at foreign adversaries, I should say, to be very specific.
Right.
And he may have been providing information to domestic adversaries, if you know what I mean. Okay.
Right.
So that's. That I know I'm on a roll here.
No, I love it.
I want people to understand how monumental the issues are that are in play in this multicultural world that we have, but we still want to protect our own identity. We still want to protect our own American culture. We still want to protect who we are as Americans and our way of life, so we can continue to enjoy the freedoms that we have. So I'll stop there, Kathy.
No, I know. I love it. I was telling people sometimes I'm in my backyard. I just pick up the phone and call you and be like, I have a thought. And if you're able to take that call and I learned so much. Thank you so much for just taking the time to lay out. I mean, this is not just America. I mean, like you just talked about Venezuela, Cuba, China, Russia, Ukraine. I mean, we are highly interconnected as a world, and there is a force that is so great, and these people are very determined. And I know to some people, your mind may be blown. You may be like, I'm just going to check out, but you can't. And I've been saying that all day today, is that if we want to keep this country, we have an obligation to stay engaged. And now I've taken copious notes. I'm going to be talking to people about all of this. I was concerned that Bolton wasn't a big enough fish, and that by them raiding him, they've alerted some of the other big fish. But you think Bolton is a pretty big fish to go after right now?
100%. Oh, my goodness. I mean, and I think that, you know, when everybody woke up this morning and heard that the FBI was conducting a raid, and they were, you know, people were probably thinking, was it Brennan? Was it Comey? Was it Copper? Was it some of these other hoodlums? You know, no, it's John Bolton. And everybody goes, John Bolton?
I know,
what
like John Bolton.
Right, like what the heck's going on here? So, you know, people need to go and look, because his name hasn't popped up in all this exposure, right? So that means to me that there's something bigger and more nefarious here, why they wanted him. And you know, no matter what we think we know, they will have, and I can tell you, because I have been through this pain of being falsely accused with basically fake information. And I mean, literally, it was one big lie after another. But this administration, and I've been screaming, I've been, you know, one of the people saying, we got to have accountability, Right. And I've been, you know, and I've been doing that purposely to make sure that people understood that follow me and listen to what I have to say, that they know I'm not going to let up on this stuff.
Right.
But I know that the methodical approach that Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, a great team there, definitely Tulsi Gabbard, who's just extraordinary. Yeah, and very, very underestimated. Okay, and she now I think people really appreciate who she is. But they methodically went through this, so the likelihood of there being really, really powerful and damaging evidence that they have on John Bolton, you know, speaking with, like I said earlier, you know, adversaries both domestic and foreign, is probably really egregious. So I you know, more to come, and there will be, you know, there will probably be announcements here and there, and keep an eye on President Trump. President Trump is under extraordinary pressure.
Yeah. Right?
Extraordinary pressure. I mean, the president of the United States in the complex world that I just laid out over the last 10 minutes,
right,
is all on his shoulders, and we all want, you know, him to you know, every single American. I know that there's some kooky people out there, but every single American at this stage in time, we need to be, you know, praying for this man to succeed, because as long as he succeeds, we all will succeed. And these are very, very difficult, uncertain, complex times. And trust me on this note that there are those people inside of you know, in his team, on his team, you know, that are inside the government, and there are those outside the government that are helping in big ways. And you know, and for good reason. So,
and you're one of them. You have a new book also, right? Pardon of Innocence.
Pardon of Innocence. It's a great bestseller, and people can get it at Amazon. They can also get you can download to anybody that likes to listen to books. I did the audio, or the Audible, whatever it is, the audio myself. I did that. That's a little cheaper too. It's a little less expensive.
Yes, but you get to hear his voice, so that's so cool. Yeah. And it's called Pardon of Innocence, and it tells your story.
Yeah, Pardon of Innocence, and it's a memoir of really my background and sort of the whole persecution that I went through, my family and I went through. But it's a very, very telling. I reveal in it names of things and people and things that nobody else has heard about because it just never came out in the media because it was things that happened to me and my family personally. People will, believe me, people will laugh, they'll cry, they'll get angry, but at the end, you'll be inspired. Trust me.
Amen. And you're going to be here in Pennsylvania. What's that information?
Yeah, that's coming up.
God.
Yeah, I got that right there for you, sir. It's the John Birch Society's Leadership Conference, September 13th, 2025. That's going to be located near the historic Valley Forge and Philadelphia area. Pastor Matt Trewalla, Catherine Austin Fitz, Alex Newman, you hear him here. General Michael T. Flynn will be out there as well. If you want to see Michael Flynn out there live in person, a great event, network with changemakers, go to jbs.org.
I am putting that on my calendar. It is already there, actually. I will see you there. General Michael Flynn, I adore you. I appreciate you and your family. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Love you, Kathy. God bless. Bye-bye.
Blessings. Wow. He gave us way more time, almost 30 minutes. Wow. Okay. I'll see y'all on the other side.
Weather sponsored by Bestwork Industries for the Blind.
A few clouds overnight. We'll get down in the low 60s. Tomorrow, gorgeous day. High 84 in the sunshine. Saturday looks like it's going to be exactly the same. And Sunday, a few clouds roll in with a high of 83. By Monday, we'll see some more clouds, but the sun will be back by Tuesday.
Experience an unforgettable evening with Bestwork Industries for the Blind at their Dining in the Dark event, October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Explore your senses while supporting a meaningful cause. Secure your spot today. Visit bestworkindustries.org to register.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Tonight, 6:45 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight. Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm loving it. And now we're closing it out. Wow, a whole week. Are y'all sick of me? I hope not. I'm so grateful to God for the opportunity to be, that people are even interested in what I have to say, still want to hear what I have to say, and that there is a platform on which for me to say it, what I want to say. So thank you guys so much for listening, and it's been such a pleasure working with the team here. I see Jim over there, so studious, and Dan, you've been a wonderful producer. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. And to the whole team here on the #1 talk radio station. I know, I love it. Thank you, guys. That was my friend, General Michael Flynn. What an amazing guy. Let me tell you guys, I mean, as someone who spent a lot of private time with him and his family, such an amazing person. I'm so very grateful that I've had the wonderful opportunity to, just meet some amazing people. And I think sometimes, back in 2019, I had no idea that I would have done all the things that I've done. I was living my best life, or so I thought. I was homeschooling my kids. We just put a pool in. I'm planning pool parties for everyone. Just being me, right? I got a book deal with the #1 publishing company for conservatives here in America. I was just living my life, guys, okay? And then all of a sudden, you just see things that you didn't see before. And I'm looking around and I'm like, my God, if we don't get better people in office, we're screwed. And this is 2019. And I could see it so clearly of what was about to happen. I wrote about it in my book. You can also pick up my book that went #1 on Amazon. My book, you go out there. I think you should be able to see it behind me. Yeah, Nothing to Lose, Everything to Gain. Being Black and conservative in America, and kind of telling my story and what I saw, even from my vantage point. And it's been very interesting now to walk, down this path and to see everything I talked about has come to pass. But also, as General Flynn said, it is an inspiring story when we look at, the foundations of this nation. Our founding fathers they bequeathed to us such an amazing nation. There is nothing. I mean, this is such an amazing nation, such an amazing country. But we have to get engaged. And I know it's hard and it's cumbersome and it's a lot of tentacles and all these moving parts. I took copious notes as General Flynn was talking. And, did you guys know that the United States has placed a $50 million bounty on the arrest of Maduro? He's I don't want to call him president. I mean, he's a thug. He's a hoodlum. But they've placed that on him for information leading to Maduro's arrest or conviction. This move was made public by Pam Bondi. I didn't see that. I don't think mainstream media is really putting that out. As soon as Donald Trump got in office, he put in January of this year, he put a $25 million bounty on him, and now they've raised it to $50 million. And all the things that he's doing. We hear about TDA all the time, but it's really the muscles for the larger organization. Here it is, Cartel del Sol. You guys get these little tidbits. Go out there, Google it, Chat GPT it, and just listen and just read. And don't worry about what it is you need to do next. Just start getting informed. And it's amazing once you start getting informed how your eyes open to see things that you never saw before. And then miraculously, as I've seen it happen so many times, a door of opportunity presents itself before you that allows you the opportunity to walk through that door. But when you walk through that door, that takes courage. So walk through that door, and now you got a little information in your back pocket, and you begin to move from there. I didn't know everything I know today on day one when I decided to run for office for the first time. But I saw 2020 happening the way that it happened. And I was putting out a warning, and they called me a radical, and they said she's crazy. She's a right-wing nut. They love calling us right-wingers as if that's something disparaging. It's not disparaging to me. I own it. Anyway, blessings. Yes, I am. I'm about to have a good day. I don't care what people say. Yes, the sun is actually shining today.
Joe Columbus says this must be the nicest day we've had all year.
I know. It really is.
Beautiful.
Driving in, it was so pleasant. I'm going to have a good day. I heard this song as I was driving in. I sent it today, and I was like, this is my theme today. I'm going to have a good day. Y'all have a good day. Have a good weekend. Blessings. Love your family. See y'all.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area, they are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Off Cracker Barrel, report that Cracker Barrel has been in trouble with the Human Rights Commission and whatever. They were seen as vaguely somehow or another anti-gay, something of that nature. Now, President Trump has said earlier that he didn't know anything about the raid. We're expecting another statement coming up. He said he could have known about it as chief law enforcement officer, but he didn't know anything about it. So let me address Bolton. Let's talk about Bolton. And you know my contention. First of all, I am not going to be one of those guys, and I would tell you, if you are one of those guys, think about it, that says you can do anything to Bolton because of what was done to Trump. So I'm not going to say that. But there is evidence here from his book and everything else, and a lot of people coming forward now, that Bolton has classified documents and likes to show them off as cool. Well, then it is legitimate to go after him on this, not just in a tit-for-tat manner. All right, that's the Henry. It just came to me all morning when I saw the Bolton thing. We should try to get on. I'm sure you can squeeze him in. Our guy, well, was tough at Mulligan's last week. I was trying. My headset was so many people, so much noise. Paul Morrow, if you put in a request for him on the Bolton thing. If not now, Monday, he'd be a good guy to put it, excuse me, into perspective. Let's go back to the history of Bolton. UN ambassador, frequently on talk radio. I don't know about Rich, but I know some previous hosts here. I mean, Bolton was ubiquitous. And it gets at the biggest legacy of President Trump, as I see it, is what he has done to turn the Republican Party away from wanting to go to war constantly. Smaller wars, bigger wars. And Bolton was the chief architect. I couldn't go back and remember. You know how these things happen. How did Bolton then get inside the first Trump 4 years? Well, I can answer it this way. Think about it. He got in there because the first 4 years were not as buttoned up as these years are. Look at Bolton is a great time to take a look and assess those two things that I just told you. Republican Party, Bolton was right in there. Unending wars constantly. The Cheneys, another example. That is the biggest Trump change. I know people think of any number of other things that are glitzier, but think about it. That is the thing that endures. And that's big, and that's good. So Bolton, warmonger, on my show, I don't know how many places we bombed. I could go back and put a supercut, bomb him. You know, that was constant. How did he get in there? Laxity that you don't see this time around. You're not going to see guys like John Bolton in the inner circle with President Trump. You're not. It's not that type of approach. We got what the guiding principles are. And he has continued to use the fact the book was in the room, that he was there, he was in the room to disclose all kinds of things. He violated pretty clearly non-disclosures, etc. Did he have classified information, and was he still using that to add to his CNN and MSNBC, primarily CNN presence? But again, I think it's a mistake if we go off. I see some of these people on Twitter just condoning this. Well, look, they did this. It's not about that. It's about pushing back. And President Trump is, my God, yesterday, just the stuff with the cops and the National Guard. And I got a lot of stuff on Trump saying he's an expert on grass. Nobody in the world knows more about grass than he does. Talking about the parks. And why do we have grass that doesn't look so good? Typical Trump, yeah. He wants Washington, D.C. to be a show place. So we do have that going on. And this raid of the home is part of an ongoing security probe. Now, we'll see if they flesh out the details here. We got all kinds of people, though, reporting how chilling this is. And Trump only did this because Bolton didn't like how he dealt with Putin. In fact, one of the people doing it the most was our old buddy, Senator Coons. That's cut 13. Here's Coons. What's the matter with the people in Delaware? By the way, I have such sound today of the Dean of Decency. She was on MSNBC with that Molly Young fast. Have you ever seen that woman? She changes her hair color every commercial. She's got these. I know how to get on TV more. You need gigantic glasses like Mr. Magoo. They have to be bigger than your head, and she's got these giant black frames, and she changes it. Let's change the hair color, Joe. She seems to be almost a host now. She was on with the Dean of Decency and Michael Steele, who at one point was the chairman of the RNC, right? Talking about, Trump's going to come to Philadelphia next. And we have a bit of a crime problem in Philadelphia, but we're working on it. Oh, my God. All right, so here is Chris Kunzo on the Bolton raid.
Kate, the timing of this is chilling. As you said in your introduction, it is court authorized, and it is alleged to be related to a national security investigation. But it's important for your viewers to remember the context here. John Bolton served as national security advisor in the first Trump term. After that Trump term, he wrote a book entitled The Room Where It Happened, where he said a lot of unflattering things about Donald Trump, his lack of knowledge about national security, his repeatedly needing to be talked out of withdrawing from NATO. And in particular, and I quote, he said that President Trump practiced obstruction of justice as a way of life. In recent days, after the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska, Bolton has been publicly criticizing President Trump, saying that Putin is playing him and that he doesn't understand.
We got the flavor of it. So there's Senator Chris Coons from Delaware. That's where we are. Again, the watchwords as this story develops on my watch today, and the president, I think, is going to speak from the White House. That seemed to be what Fox was reporting, is, no, you don't do this just tit for tat. We're going to target all these people because they did that with Trump at his estate in Florida. This, you just heard Chris Coons say, is court ordered. Okay? They got the court approval on this. And moving forward with that, let's see what Bolton has. Pam Bondi said justice will be pursued always, and Trump was unaware of this. Well, it wasn't he'll be briefed on it. I will see what he says when he makes that Oval Office announcement. Now, with the Cracker Barrel thing, the woman in charge, and there are any number of people at Cracker Barrel that have been under fire for quite a while, it's reported now. There's new information that comes forward from the human relations, this, that, and the other. They were anti-gay primarily, et cetera. So I still believe a lot of this is just the corporate nonsense of this one woman coming in, and they're getting killed. I mean, it is unbelievable, the stock dropping. I don't see it's coming back easily. It's not a Dylan Mulvaney. It's not as obvious, but there is the undertone there of they were slipping a little bit. She comes in. She's just going to get rid of the barrel and the guy and give us this corporate logo that looks like Velveeta. It's bad. But there are information here that they were really worried. They've been billed this, that, and the other corporately, and people were coming at them, and they saw this as a way to kind of refresh and not appear as if they're caving in. Now, why would they be fearful during the atmosphere now where people don't want woke? Well, you get enough people on the inside, and they, let's face it. There might be people at Cracker Barrel that hired on, they make a lot of money, they're an advertiser, they're doing this, that, and the other, but they don't like their own company. They don't like this South stuff. We signed on, they're paying us. So they look for an opportunity. So it's not as clear as Dylan Mulvaney, but it is something on a parallel line here, I think, with the corporate type of thing. Oh, look at how clean that logo is. We talked about all that language. So Henry and Kirk yesterday dreamed up. I always give credit. If it messes up, remember who messed up. Not me. I didn't mess up the side question today. We're keeping score. Now, Henry's got one of the top 25 side questions. I would never say top 10. To get in the top 10.
I'll take the AP top 25. I'm ranked.
He's in the top 25 with that
zone.
Girl next door thing.
Oh, geez.
That was unbelievable, the response. We believe that the number one side question of all time response, and people just wouldn't stop it, was what song should Dan dance to with his mom at the wedding? Oh, my God.
Wow.
We never knew we had so many female listeners. They were just marching on Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly, I saw him there. Please hold, please hold, please hold for like 3 straight hours.
You got a workout in.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's the all-timer. There were some, I think, Sign of the Apocalypse. I remember the guy that won, Richard from Summerdale. Sign of the Apocalypse. They allow you to pump your own gas in Jersey.
Yeah.
Flee.
I think
You'll
it's good
die.
for that one, yeah.
That may have been one of the all-time greatest answers for a side question. So Henry's got a chip in the big game. Kirk, I'm not sure of his work here, so we'll give him credit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
This feels like it could be a top 100. Certainly, it's got to be a top 1,000 here.
I think.
Otherwise we're
Well,
in trouble.
I mean, I may be biased, but yesterday, as far as what do you dread the most, and that was like the calls were just booking.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
So
last
no,
hour.
but you need
last hour exactly.
You need something where they're offering you money. Hey, Kirk, you sound like a good guy. That's when you know the damn thing. The damn thing went on to 5 o'clock, where people are still answering the phone during Rich's show. I
Wow.
just want to tell you what they should dance to. I know I can't get on. You imagine how annoying that is. The next show. Top side question. Okay. All-time logos. Now, this was a very visible logo. I even looked this one up and did a little bit. Of course, Henry and I talking, we're going to take Nike off. Nike might be the most
iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic,
And what does it even mean? Do we?
Huh.
I didn't know that.
Didn't know that.
All right. So I'm going to take off McDonald's. There's the
Had to.
ubiquitous.
Yep.
And I'm going to take off the Olympics.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a big logo. Could be up there in the winners. Henry, what's yours?
I mean, one of the more iconic ones, I guess I have to take off, low-hanging fruit. It's Apple. I mean, you know what the company is as soon as you look at it. You're like, that's Apple. Even if you didn't know, even if you were just dropped on this earth and you saw that logo, you'd be like,
why
that's
is it
an
half
Apple.
eaten? Do we know?
You know what? That's a good point.
Yeah.
Why is the Apple logo?
I don't know. Yeah, but Apple is.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And then the other one I want to take off is actually from a band. Not the band you're hearing underneath me right now, but an iconic pair of lips with a tongue sticking out would represent none other than the Rolling Stones.
Yes.
Who are a better band, I don't care who, than the Beatles. Let's face it. They're better. Maybe a lot better, I would say. They didn't do as well. They're not as iconic, but they lasted a hell of a lot longer. All right, Kirk, what's yours?
You know what? I'm going to go outside the box, as always.
Yes.
How about the American Red Cross logo? Just the cross.
That's a great one.
Just
yes.
the cross.
Yes, just a cross. Yep. All right, those are good ones. Now, I would say get in early because we're not going to take off all the most ubiquitous, but I use ubiquitous twice here. I like it. All right.
Big words.
Yeah, good start. Cattywampus. Thank you, Maisie. Hit us with that right now. Linda Kearns at 2:30. We're going to talk with Jeff Van Drew about all that's going on in Washington, et cetera. And as we head back to school, can you imagine they're at it again, despite the Trump administration? A bunch of billionaires have come up with woke math. How much is 2 and 2, kid? 64 million. Yeah, good try, kid. You get an A. Equitable grading, it's called. You get graded based upon what your abilities are, not what you actually do. Yes, it's back and it's bigger than ever. They will never stop. We have to alert you to it. All that straight ahead. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, coming to your calls, I can tell already this is a good one. All-time logo on the side. We're awaiting comments from President Trump on the John Bolton raid, which is making a lot of news. Jeff and Drew here at 2 o'clock. We'll ask him about that. We'll ask him about crime in Washington. We'll ask him about Jersey. Sad hoax yesterday. Wow. Chilling. At Villanova. Active shooter. Scarpa Hall. An officer chirped across the radio. Officials later determined it was an act of swatting, a fake emergency call to induce panic. Now, in this one, I have a little bit more leeway. We talked to Pat Malloy about this and police procedures. And Pat, if you're listening, feel free to call about this and how to try to curtail, because a lot of it's being done to conservatives. But in this case, as I understand it, and according to the Inquirer, there were actual gunshots that you could hear in the background of the caller. So we have a maniac out there that really heaven and earth have to be used to bring to justice, that apparently calls this in and at least was creative enough to make the police, those were gunshots going off. Then there was a false report, as this unfolded, of someone wounded and being carried out. Once this stuff gets triggered, it is frightening. Got to up the penalties. Have to do better in being proactive, though. On this one, if you're hearing gunshots, I don't think you have the time to determine, is that manufactured, is that in real time or not? But maybe you take the call and then you analyze it. Is there a way to analyze that? I'm not sure. What I'm saying is, though, we have to be hypersensitive about this because of the obvious consequences, the fright, the panic, the stuff that was going on in Villanova. Well, It's even worse when it's an individual targeted. We've had on any number of people that are right-wing or influencers, one thing or another, and have been swatted. It seems too easy to do. Some police departments overreact. In this case, there was a lot of provocation. You know, the gunfire in the background. Haven't heard that before. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. By the way, with this whole Cracker Barrel thing, Steak and Shake has gone after them. They put up on Twitter that they're proud of their background. They're proud of their heritage. And then they have a guy with a MAGA hat on slurping something down. And they say, hey, we want to remind you at the end, you know, the next tag there, that our fries and fries and steaks, I guess, are now cooked in 100% beef tallow, and they are tasty. The culture wars, and then it comes down to beef tallow. You know, what the heck is Cracker Barrel doing? And the woman who's behind this is out there saying how overwhelmingly positive the response is. Check the stock. Check what's going on here. I think they're going to have to pull out of something. I think the guy's coming back. Maybe it'll make him younger. I think the Cracker Barrel guy's going to make a comeback. We're going to have a new one here.
It might go too far the other way and make him like a mascot or something now, too. It's going to be one standing outside every store.
Yeah, exactly. Can they change? Let's help them change the logo from their Velveeta cheese. I could see them looking around. Oh, look at that clean script. Look how clean this is. You know, they're looking at things in some kind of corporate bubble versus what the average person likes in a logo. Why have these logos succeeded? They help to drive the product. It's a product, but the Nike one is ubiquitous. I mean, it is one that really took off. You know, the fact that they put it on everything, you're a walking advertisement. I can't name, Henry, can you think of another? Look, I know all the athletic wear, but I'm saying one that pops.
Under Armour.
I don't think that pops. No.
No? Okay. Sorry.
Pops.
No, yeah.
Pops.
Yeah, like the Nike thing. I
Yeah.
mean, if a golfer has this on, you see it right away. It's just.
I don't think anything pops more than Nike. No, Under Armour is maybe a close second. But
You think so? Yeah.
What about
Adidas?
I was just about to say Adidas.
They've been around forever. They've tried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've tried, and it just doesn't. There's something about that. It's bolder. It sticks out more. You can make it gigantic.
Puma.
Guy sitting right on the head. Yeah. I did New Balance for a while. I had New Balance as an advertiser.
Okay.
They had me running races, and I was quite effective with it.
That's old school.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. But it was rare for them to be on talk radio, a sneaker company.
Yeah.
I still look back on it like, wow. All right, let's go to Mark in Wilmington. And Mark, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, well, first thing came to mind for me was Penske, the racing team that decided to get in the, panel truck business. And it just always reminded me of Oklahoma City. You know, that's the vehicle they used to blow the Merle building up. I know that's not the, it's not, the moniker they want hung around their neck. But
what is their logo? Is it a Penske truck?
It's just the Penske on the back of one of those. Every time I see one of those yellow panel trucks like that, and it's got a Penske on the back, I don't know, it's what I think about. Just like today is a 9/11 day. There's not a cloud in the sky, nothing but blue. You know, it's just when there's a day like this, I think of 9/11, and when I see one of those yellow trucks, I think of the Merle building. Unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thanks very much. All right, I don't know.
You know what he said with the yellow trucks. I don't know so much about the logo, though.
Yeah, I don't see the logo. Yeah, I got to be honest. Yeah.
Yellow, if we're talking like iconic, I don't even know what you'd call that. Like, kind of look like the Mary Kay with the pink car and something like the Penske yellow truck, I get.
Yeah.
The
right.
logo, I don't know.
It's not a logo, though. Yeah. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let's start, and I got a lot to unload here. She's just too easy up at target. And I put up on Twitter, the Dean of Decency out there in Montgomery County will get elected again overwhelmingly. I don't even know of any challenger. How is that? Yesterday we talked about Delaware County. What is it these people, my first theory was, Guy Shiraki backs this, that, that if you come across as sort of sedate and moderate in the way you talk, but they're radical. She's always attacking. Here's Marine Dean. Here is the Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean, on MSNBC. And in this first cut, she's talking about what Trump is doing in Washington and how she's afraid that there's something wrong with this. Now, yeah, of course, none of the commentators, there are three of them, jump in and say, well, Madeline Dean, I mean, crime is down, though, big time. Not a homicide in the last week. Let's play cut A.
So I'm wondering if you could talk about, we're seeing this seems like a kind of rollout for Trump being able to do this in other cities. You guys don't have
tonight when he rides around with the National Guard. And it is extremely frightening that he will do this in other cities. My team is down in D.C. while I'm back in the district, and they said,
in your
where
big
the
in
National
our
Guard
house
is so odd and inept. They're not able to do law enforcement. They're at Union Station. They're on the mall. This is a show for the president. This is not serious about mothers who care about crime, mothers who care about gun violence. And think of the contrast. At the very same time, Janine Pierre, or however you say her name, said we will not be putting federal accusations or charges against folks in D.C. who walk around with long guns, who walk around with rifles. This is not a president who's serious about crime. He's serious about a show, and my fear is what you just suggested, that he will do this in city after city. I had a town hall last night at a senior retirement community, terrific group of more than 100 seniors. And this was one of the questions they asked. Is it possible that he is going to do this in city after city in order to then say, you know what? The country is too dangerous. I'm in power here, and we don't have to have elections.
Oh, we're moving toward Trump's going to declare that. Not only that, what kind of dope out of Montgomery County? You're so highly educated. Janine Pierre. What, were you in Canada? I mean, how much more brand name do you have than Judge Janine? What is it with this woman? And she's got some modern painting over her head, but she also is wrong. Probably not lying. She's just not that smart. That it's not just in the tourist areas. And by the way, Madeline, I don't know how you get there. Your chauffeur probably takes you. The train station, I've been there. There are a lot of vagrants, a lot of homeless, a lot of nonsense goes on, is a place where people want to feel safe. And they are in other neighborhoods across the district. You wouldn't know that. You're on hiatus forever. All right, we have more coming up in which she, of course, invokes January 6th, and she talks about redistricting and her town hall and what people wanted to. Now, I only had her on once. We got into an argument about the full pronunciation of her name and also potholes, and she told me they were fine when she was a state rep. It goes back that far. The odds on getting Madeline Dean on are 0 to -0. All right, we got a great side question today, though. Don't let them take the great ones. There's a few out there still. All-time logo that makes that product pop, without a doubt. There's some soda ones, even though I'm not fully agreeing that might be the winner, but there are a ton of them. Almost any big-time company has some, or entity, has some kind of logo that's attached to it. And Cracker Barrel was one of the most recognized out there. Why would you make this stupid Velveeta cheese? It just says Cracker Barrel. Oh, is that Cracker Barrel over there? What happened at Cracker Barrel? All right. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia is not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate, which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win, as silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Labor Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Weather sponsored by the Independence Seaport Museum.
A few clouds overnight. We'll get down in the low 60s. Tomorrow, gorgeous day. High 84 in the sunshine. Saturday looks like it's going to be exactly the same. And Sunday, a few clouds roll in with a high of 83. By Monday, we'll see some more clouds, but the sun will be back by Tuesday.
Cool off this summer at Paddle Penn's Landing, part of the Independence Seaport Museum. Rent a paddle boat, rubber ducky, or flamingo. And explore Philly's waterfront with family and friends. Saturdays and Sundays, 2 till 7 p.m. Learn more at phillyseaport.org/paddle.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. So Lewis Powell giving hints today saying that the job market, and then when you look at the tariffs and inflation, those things are not bad. Wall Street going wild now, indicating, oh, here it comes. Post-Labor Day, their next meeting, sometime in September, there'll be a rate cut. Finally, after all this. And just the sniff of that has set off the markets to incredible rally. So that's one thing that my eye is on. Here's another. You're going to be seeing this in upcoming Republican campaigns, and rightly so. A couple of people opposing Winsome Sears, who doesn't look like she has any shot to win the governor's race in Virginia. showed up because she's a black woman, lieutenant governor. She was going after, at a news conference, the Fairfax and Loudoun schools, I believe both of them at some level, around the trans issue. One of them apparently punished some males because they complained about a trans female being in their locker room. They didn't want to get in trouble. They got punished. So she went there on this, since it's such a hot button. And they caught at least one woman on the other side, the mob. Listen to this sign. Now remember, Winsome Sears. Hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. If trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. Oh, man, let's get more Democrats saying that. Come on. Let's get every one of them saying something like this. Now, you know, in the last election, black males, African-American males, in addition to Trump's style, the economy, and everything else, Latino males, turned on this issue. They don't want males playing against females, against girls. Can you imagine the arrogance of these people showing up with signs to a black woman? Hey, Winsome and Virginia, Confederacy, right? If trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. Wow. Separate but equal and crazy. You're going to see this sign. They're already coming up with ads around it. It is stunning, this hill that they will continue to die on. Just like Trump has lured them into the Washington thing. That's a political winner. I'm not really sure how people in the neighborhoods in Washington and all that fare, but that's not the central point. The point is America sees Trump lowering crime, taking a stance versus whatever Madeline Dean said, and they approve of that. That's what they want. And by the way, they know somewhat that Washington, constitutionally, he can do this. I think they wish somebody could do that in the big cities across America. And what are Democrats doing again? They're getting on the wrong side of it. They're going to continue to do this. Then they're going to complain and say, what about this? What about this? There are certain issues that just dwarf. They take over. If you're in politics, you ought to know that. You ought to see that you cannot win on this trans issue. I don't care how many times that representative from Delaware speaks and says, here's what to say. No. Tell us what you're going to say when people say, no, we're against this. It's not right. It's just that simple. All right, let's go to David in Somerset. We're looking for that iconic. And remember, I see maybe one up here. I don't think it's a logo. Well, if it's on a logo, it counts. We're looking for the logo. David in Somerset. Hey, David, how are you doing?
Hey, Dom, how are you? Good. Sorry about last Friday. I meant to come down and too much was going on. But I feel bad I missed it.
I had the Bridgestone football there. I was ready to throw it. I had permission. I could throw it across the bar to you. Can you imagine that scene? With a big crowd.
It would have been
right
perfect.
There. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, by the way, with reference to the Cracker Barrel thing, yes. It's just another one of these. They know more than everyone else. They're the smartest person in the room. They got a marketing degree, so I know more than everybody, and I'm just going to crash this company straight into the ground. I mean, they're just going to push they're in a pilot seat, and they're just pushed it and going straight towards the ground.
Well, and David,
they
this
will make
woman
any excuse.
Even went further. She's removing the furniture and stuff like that in there, and not just the logo. My God, yeah.
In June, I drove down with my one best friend to see our other best friend became a deacon down in Florida. And we decided to drive down. And, we stopped at many Cracker Barrels along the way. And it's just a great, wholesome place to go to. And it's destroyed now. I mean, it's just, they're ruining it.
Well, that guy's out there. He's going to come back. He's going to be the president of Cracker Barrel, the guy on the thing. Watch. He's waiting. Yes.
It would be nice if it was. So, yeah. But with reference to the question, the logo for Apollo 11, You have the Earth in the background, you have the moon, and you have the eagle landing with an olive branch to the moon. And it's just, to me, it's not a company, but as logos go, I mean, it was brilliant because it showed America was coming, the American eagle coming to the moon in peace. And it was, and everything was, and the Earth is in the background, so it's for the Earth. It just mesmerized me when I was a little kid. I was just so fascinated with space.
Thank you, David. Have a nice week, and that's a great one.
Great answer.
What is American Eagles? Do we know? I'm thinking they're going to put old Sydney on there maybe in some way, shape, or form.
Next time they go to the moon, it'll be her on there.
Yeah. No, I meant the American Eagle jeans.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know what they have. They could do worse with it. Okay, that's the side today. Coming up, a couple more of the stylings of Madeline Dean. And remember, yeah, she's just one Democrat, but they're here. And what's going on in the suburbs of Philadelphia is, with the exception somewhat of Bucks County, is just hard to believe what has infected. It's some kind of virus that this woman saying that Trump is going to do this. And, we have a bit of crime in Philadelphia. And what do they go to? What's still their go-to? We got to go back to January 6th every time. We'll play you a little bit of that. New York Times says that the FBI is lowering its recruiting standards. I'm going to tell you one thing they dropped that you don't have to have, and I don't see any reason why you'd have to have it to be an FBI recruit. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today. grandhotelcapemay.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Tonight, 6:45 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Logos. This is rolling pretty good as a side today. Guy Shiraki texted me the McDonald's arches. Sorry, Guy. That was right out of the box.
Low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit. Got to come up with another one. It's going to be a fierce competition today. Okay. Democrats, this is the Inquirer. You talk about just all-time shills. Philadelphia Inquirer headline, how Democrats hope to use the SEPTA cuts to flip the state Senate for the first time in 31 years. This is their god, mass transit. They hate the car. Mass transit. We're all going to be in that gulag of SEPTA, which is an ill-run organization. I mean, come on. They say at least $50 million in fare evasion a year. What have they done? They have a prosecutor we pushed in to stop Krasner who hasn't prosecuted a case yet. Now, the guy, Lawrence, came on. He sounded good on the air with me, but when we get to the bottom of it, this is a horribly run organization. And all Republicans want to do is run it better. SEPTA cuts, it's coming. And now they're dragging the Eagles fans into it. You know, that Uber is going to take you 6 hours. Malcolm Kenyatta. Hey, Malcolm, come on the show. I want to ask you a few football questions, buddy. I don't believe you're going to Eagles games. I want to ask you something. I want to ask you a couple of little questions here, okay? I'll have a team of experts. Come on right now, Malcolm. Come on. You're a football fan. He's one of their leaders telling us about how outrageous it is. They're trying to blame Joe Picozzi. He's been in office for a cup of coffee as the architect of why kids won't be able to get to school this week. And we know from the inside that Democrats want this pain this week. They need this pain. They love it. Josh Shapiro will be out. Hey, Josh, go to Lincoln. Stand there at Lincoln and tell with the backdrop. I'm looking at them today. I got to get up there. There's a lot of balls in the air. Why I couldn't get up there this week. I'm getting ready tomorrow for Mad Max Superdome. I'm headed into the Real ID. I got to get it because of a passport snafu. Oh, God. The chaplains, I'm going to be anointed at 7:30 tomorrow. You know, the final prayer. I have to make a final confession. What are the odds? I have stacked my folder with 3 forms of identification for each one they say you can have. All right, try this then. Remember Jerry?
Yeah.
Oh, try this card then. Try this card then. Yeah. You don't seem to get it. The card would be here. You're supposed to keep the card, not just take the reservation. I hope I get a friendly person who's a listener.
You know people are going to be looking to see if you're wearing jeans or not.
Well, I do plan to wear jeans.
There you go.
With a suit jacket. It's kind of like casual elegance.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I'll put you a little bit more of Madeline Dean. And I'll tell you coming up at 1 o'clock what the FBI is being criticized for dropping, saying they're lowering their recruiting standards. We believe that? Is that what they're doing with the FBI? Of course, the president was supposed to speak a while ago. We're waiting on that from the White House about the whole Bolton thing. And Linda Kearns at 2:30 today, because Al Schmidt, who comes on the show, I get along with him, said, nope, hell no. We're not going to give you, I don't know if Al would ever say that. We're not going to give the Trump administration our voting registration and our records. Why not? What are you hiding, Al? We'll see what Linda thinks can be done. How big of a deal is it? By the way, here's a note. I hate this male NFL cheerleaders thing. Don't make Tommy Tuberville the face of going. The guy is sickening. He's a dope. Just because he agrees on some things, he's still a dope. I don't even know how this guy was a football coach. He probably played at powerhouses, and he looks like the Barry Switzer of the deal here.
Well, you saw he won a national championship this week?
He did?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Auburn University, where he coached at one point, just decided retroactively to give themselves 5 national championships, including 2004, where they weren't even in the national championship game, but they finished undefeated.
Oh, my God. So he got a national...
Well, they're claiming it. I mean, because you can just claim a national championship. Like 10 years ago, Central Florida claimed a national championship.
But I'm asking, does Tommy Tuberville now list national championship coach?
Can. He absolutely can now if Auburn is.
Yeah, well, that's a participation trophy, Tommy. That's the first thing I'd ask.
We'll have to see what his chyrons on the news are when it comes up. Will it say senator or will it say national championship coach?
I would love to have him on, but that would be a vicious shootout. Oh, God, he's a poor representative of us. Let's not be like the other side. All right, Michael in Wilmington. No longer is this out there that anybody pays attention to it, but I think it's an all-timer. I think it is. Hey, Michael, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you, my good sir?
Well, very well.
Excellent. I'm glad you took my call. This is definitely an all-timer for me. As a boy growing up, there was always a mystique about this, taboo, and all I could ever think about when I saw were those long legs and blonde hair and centerfolds of the Playboy Bunny.
Yes, the Playboy Bunny. I don't even know if Playboy is sort of in business anymore. I mean, they got overwhelmed.
It still is.
It still is?
It still is, yeah.
Online.
Okay, all right, Michael, here's a test. What was the all-time Playboy interview, aside from the centerfold? What was it?
Oh,
come on. It should come to mind. It was a president.
Howard Stern?
No, it was a president. A president.
Yeah,
Jimmy
Trump.
Carter. Jimmy Carter said, "I lust in my heart for these women." Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah,
Gotcha.
Jimmy Carter.
Did not. I wasn't reading those magazines for the interviews, Dom.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Michael. Hold line. But, yeah, Jimmy Carter said that. I think it came out during the campaign. Today it would help him. Then it was a little bit, Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
I don't know why he did the Playboy interview. You got to realize.
I noticed he paused. Because no one, he's right. No one goes in different interviews.
Yeah, but it's famous beyond anything. It's shocking that Jimmy Carter would do the Playboy interview. I don't know if Trump ever did it. I'm not sure how many women they ever had do it, but all right. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we'll get into this FBI story since they're in the news too. And in addition to that, we're going to talk with a guy as we head back to school about so-called equitable grades. As soon as you hear equity, you know what that means. Everybody's going to finish in the same spot. And a group of billionaires led by people like Bill Gates, who are making math socially friendly. Yep, and they're getting traction in any number of schools because they're willing to pay to say 2 and 2 are not necessarily 4. Linda Kearns at 2:30 with a really interesting story. All unfolds next on Talk Radio 1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. Openphone.com/TRY.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing, plus available now, lease offers, and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit us at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Piazza Mazda of Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday nights at 10. James Bailey and Daryl Dobis run down all of the big high school games in the region. Be here this Friday right after Phillies baseball. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time here on Talk Radio 1210. Boy, I saw some great logos on Twitter. That's the side question today. At 1:15, we're going to talk with the equitable grading guy. But, boy, somebody fired up DMing me on Twitter. Are you kidding me? In what universe? Here's their metric that I said the Stones were a better band than the Beatles. How many people are doing Stones cover songs, he says, and how many are doing Beatles? You know what all that tells you? It tells you it's much easier to do Beatles cover songs. How many people can do the Stones classics? They're longer, it takes more involved, etc. Cover. So I would assume the Beatles have more cover songs done than possibly any group. Who knows if anybody ever, saw that. But we might be onto the gravy sauce thing here. Which band's better? I think people will say reflexively Beatles, but the Stones are much, much better as far as actual gravitas, I think. Is this President Trump speaking from the White House? I guess this is earlier today. No, that's the earlier one. All right, the American Experience. We're waiting for him to speak for the White House on John Bolton. I stand by what I said, though. We'll see what people. You can hit me on Twitter or wherever. Which is the better band, Stones or Beatles? Okay. Here's what the FBI is dropping that the New York Times says is an outrage. They say it's part of a broader effort to shift the agency's focus from tracking national security threats to fighting crime. Well, I would translate that to say we want the FBI to be more involved with fighting crime, and that sounds like the deep state to me, where the New York Times is going. So they're going to cut down on training. Now, I'm not on board with that. That's something they ought to reconsider. But the FBI is no longer, to be an agent, I guess a full-fledged agent, going to require that you have a college degree. No longer will they require the college degree, and the outrage of the New York Times. So the question is, to be an FBI agent, do you need a college degree? Now, I know enough to know that some FBI agents, I think Brian Fitzpatrick could have been one of them, might be involved in things that involve accounting practices or something. Well, that's what you have specialists for. If the FBI is doing something forensically and they're doing this, that, and the other, then yeah, I could see certain groups would have expertise, college graduation, whatever, in that field. But as a broad principle, does an FBI agent have to have a college degree? And I'd say no, they don't. This is another fraudulent thing, and this is a pushback against elitism to actually get people that might be great in the FBI. Why is that the hurdle? Now, remember, that used to be even, I'm not sure anymore with Odyssey. I have to check. When I started with CBS Talk Radio, and then I'm not sure with WWDB. I don't think they required a college degree to be a salesperson. They just said, you got to be a great seller. Get out there and sell. And boy, did they have any number of them. CBS did, and then I think Entercom and now Odyssey, one company name change. I do think they had it a long time. I'm not sure if they still do. So why did they have that? That's a hurdle. Shows you can stick to it, do something like that. That's what the theory was. We're moving away from the era of having to have a college degree for everything that does not necessarily demand a college degree. So this is another example. Does the FBI seem like an organization where you have to have a college degree? And the answer should be no, I would think. All right, 855-839-1210. Here's a little bit more of Madeline Dean. I played you the first thing. She was on MSNBC last night going after Trump, Washington crime. All right, President Trump is going to talk here in a moment. We'll go to that. And then we have a special guest coming up. I think he's going to talk about John Bolton. The raid was not only on Bolton's home, it was on his office early this morning, even though it was 7 a.m. That's kind of a polite thing. Here is the president from the White House.
Thanks, everyone. Announcement to make today. You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us. And he just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy, does a phenomenal job with FIFA. Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports, the 2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you. I was so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Okay, Embry, with all due respect to the soccer aficionados, I'm getting out of this. Just monitor them, because they're going to ask him some questions, and that's when they get into Bolton after the FIFA thing. This is a little soccer thing put up here, but it'll be, and you can always tell Trump is wearing a hat that says Trump was right about everything. When he wears that hat, there's going to be a lot of media questions coming up here after FIFA. All right.
These are the most corrupt people I think he's met with as president.
Oh, yeah. People. Oh, God. Yeah, the stuff that they're engaged in, they're worse than the Olympics, I think. Ugh. All right, 855 Johnny from Italy. 855-839-1210. Here is Madeline Dean, part 2 from last night, calling it grotesque what Trump's doing. I think she says it twice, and asking, hey, what about January 6th?
Well, what we have to do is continue to message alongside our governors and our mayors. I know that Governor Josh Shapiro has been speaking out about some of the stunts and things that the president is doing, whether it's mail-in ballots, the power that he does not have, he constitutionally does not have. But we have seen this president grab power, and we've seen some courts turn a blind eye to it. But we in Congress, and I have to tell you, in the Democratic caucus, we are out there and we are pointing out the grotesque unconstitutionality of this, the grotesque ignorance as to how do you actually handle crime in a city. If the president were interested, what would he do? He'd say to the mayor, he'd say to the police commissioner, he'd say to the municipal police department, how can I partner with you? Not put $150 billion into ICE and the border and paint walls black to make them more cruel and harmful.
How's a wall
cruel, You mentioned
cruel,
in
lady?
the opening, January the 6th. Isn't it ironic? And don't people think about the sickness of this president calling in federal agents in California, in Los Angeles, and now in D.C.? I was there on January the 6th.
All right. So, yes, Madeline, you were there. You weren't in your $1 million homes at the shore and here. And then she ends this by discussing congressional redistricting and her town hall out there in Montgomery County. Cut C.
Well, I would never have thought I'd say this, but California is doing the right thing. You do have to fight fire with fire. I like Molly's expression that it's an arms race. Don't sit home as your neighbor nukes up. You just have to actually respond. I never would have thought I would have said that. But all of this reflects something else that was revealed in my town hall last night. As I said, more than 120 seniors, what they're concerned about and what they think about. They are worried about the future. They are worried. And what has happened? The Republicans can't sell the stuff they're passing. The big ugly bill was really the substance of my town hall, question after question about Medicaid, about gerrymandering, about redistricting, about the Supreme Court, and should they have term limits. All of these things, an evolution of people. And what is it? It's because the Republicans can't sell the ideas that they actually, like lemmings, passed into law.
We'll see about that, lady. We can sell it like your husband selling bicycles in the communist Chinese that even the Philadelphia Inquirer thinks was sketchy at best when you ran. And that's where a lot of your fortune's from, Madeline. Okay, coming up, we're headed back to school. And there are two groups out there engaged in stuff that is just remarkable. One is a bunch of billionaires who are bringing back woke math, headed by Bill Gates. And in this math, the basic thing are all racial and gender fluidity themes. Yeah, in math. And the idea is that math is not about the numbers, not about certitude. That's racist. We're also going to talk with a guy who's on another track, which is so-called equitable grading. How do we get equity in grading? Well, you don't. Some people work harder and or are smarter than others, and they get a better grade or a combination of those things, right? When are we going to have equity in the NFL? You know, they try to do that I don't like, a draft, and, you can only spend a certain amount of money. So we'll talk with one of the guys really charting this whole thing. But picture billionaires backing this woke math coming to schools as the Trump administration pushes back. And when President Trump meets with the media here, we'll take some of that. A lot of it's going to be on Bolton. All right, 855-839-1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the national sales event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Celebrate the art of relaxation during the Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale, August 8th through Labor Day. Save up to $5,000 on in-stock luxury hot tubs from Hot Spring and Caldera, with additional savings for immediate delivery. Experience endless pool swim spas and swim all year round, starting at just $170 a month. Enjoy 50% off all endless pool accessories and save up to $2,000 on the only automated cover by Covana, the ultimate in spa elegance. Visit springdancehot.tubs.com for details. Financing available with approved credit. See stores for details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, keep it going. Equitable grading. Beautifully played. We'll take care of that. You don't need to know anything. That means you have to be treated equally. You don't have any knowledge? Lower the standards. Dom Giordano's show. I'm not sure if our guest Adam Tyner has seen this, but another form of it is adaptive testing. Jersey is going to be doing this now, the SATs. In other words, if you're flowing along, say the SATs, as I understand it, doing really well, the next bunch of questions after that section are harder.
Oh, man.
If you're messing up, they're easier.
Oh.
Yeah. We have to balance things out here.
Where was that in the math section of the SAT when I needed
Yeah,
it?
exactly right. Do you remember your SAT score?
1210.
It was 1210?
Yeah,
Oh,
fitting.
I don't even know what that means anymore because the old days versus when you took it, I'm not sure. It got all messed up.
It went back. It was 1600 originally. It went to 2400 when I was early in high school, and then by the time I took it,
It
went
was
back
still
to
on
1600.
1600.
It went back to 1600.
But this is a generation that doesn't drink, so I got to take that into account.
I drank, believe me.
Adam Tyner, PhD, National Research Director at the Thomas Edison Institute.
Fordham.
At Fordham. Oh, yeah. This board, we need a better, bigger board here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Adam. Hey, Dr. Adam, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining it.
Great to be with you guys.
So just for full knowledge, I'm a former teacher who got into this right from the teaching profession because of unusual things I was doing. And as we begin the school year, Doctor, I have your full report in front of us about equitable grading, how teachers feel about it. We're going to ask how you feel about it. I'm also looking at a story where Bill Gates and others are spending an awful lot of money for what I guess we would call equity math. Some are calling it woke math, where the gender and racial lessons are the star versus the actual math. So what is equitable grading in your estimation? What does it mean?
Well, grading has been debated for a long time, like the best way to grade students. But in the last few years, we've had some folks who have tied a particular set of reforms to the idea of equity. And they've said that this kind of grading makes, grading more equitable. And they are actually identifying, they're basing this on a real problem, which is that grading isn't always fair. It's not always consistent. It's not always accurate. And in fact, researchers have found systemic biases against some groups of students. And so it's a fair point to say, let's make sure that grading is really reflecting student performance and student learning. And there's some real things that can combat that. Unfortunately, I think the equitable grading movement has focused on some really controversial ideas that we've seen popping up around the country and stirring controversy in different places, such as eliminating zeros. So students, even if they don't turn something in, they still get 50% credit, or eliminating all graded homework, or getting rid of all deadlines so that you can turn in things whenever you want and there's never a late penalty. And those types of changes to grading are really just lowering standards and expectations for students. They're not really helping any particular group of students. I mean, I guess, the argument they might make is like, if a student's experiencing homelessness and they don't have a quiet place to do their homework, then it's not fair to grade their homework. But the idea of applying that to all students as a rule, which is what's happening in a lot of places, is the district adopts a policy and just says, now you can't grade homework, or now you can't grade participation. That's just really not the right solution, that kind of top-down thing that removes the tools that teachers use to hold students accountable.
I couldn't agree. A couple of points on that. One, when I was teaching, I'm sure you'd say the same thing, and teachers, if they're aware someone is home. I had a woman when I was teaching community college, a doctor, who was an A student. Suddenly she took a job and she had, it was a big bump up or hours or something. And it made her, before my class, unable to sleep for more than an hour or two. And I told her, we had like 4 weeks left or something. She was going to drop. If you just showed up and sat up in your desk and your desk didn't hit your head on the desk, I know what you are. I'm going to accommodate for that, because of what's happened here. So it's crazy. If I knew and you knew someone's homeless and the homework situation, we move heaven and earth to figure out a way to help them. Here's the language, though,
Absolutely.
In your report, an assertion that punctuality is a feature of white supremacy. How are we ever going to get kids to make it and be in an environment if they're coached up to say, this is as bad as acting white, that type of thing. To say this, punctuality is just white supremacy.
You're right. That's obviously a very fringe notion. Unfortunately, I think in the last few years, we're starting to see kind of some backlash to it, but culturally those kind of ideas did pervade some institutions, especially the education establishment. And I shouldn't say pervade as if most teachers think that kind of thing, but like those ideas were around. And I think that's part of the reason why we saw the move to call this grading for equity as opposed to just reforming grading in some other ways, because if you put the word equity with it, there were a lot of people who would just get on board kind of regardless of what the content of it was. And I think people are starting to realize that this isn't really equitable. This isn't really helping students to succeed. And what we did in this report was we surveyed teachers, because I had my opinions about this, and I wrote about it in a policy paper that you can find at FordhamInstitute.org about my kind of views of the research on this and reasons why I thought schools should be careful about adopting these kinds of policies, but we didn't really know how widespread it was or what teachers thought of it. And so we ran this new survey with the RAND Corporation where we have a nationally representative sample of teachers and got their views of it. And what we found is that teachers tend to share this skepticism. The majority of the controversial things we asked about, getting rid of deadlines, getting rid of homework, that 50% rule where you give students 50% even if they don't turn in anything, those are generally looked at skeptically by teachers. And in some cases, teachers overwhelmingly hate them, like that 50% rule. 81% of teachers said that that was harmful to student engagement. Only 8% of teachers stuck up for it. So this is something that I think that some elites and, some education schools and some people who provide professional development in districts have tended to think was a good thing. And I think some administrators are sympathetic to it because they don't have a lot of incentive to promote learning as much as they do to promote student passing. And so even though most administrators want to promote student learning, they're not really held accountable for that. If a student isn't going to pass a class, that's going to create more paperwork or it's going to make their school look bad. And so holding the line on standards and accountability and making sure students are really learning something is not, they don't have a lot of incentive to do that. And so they're looking for ways to help that student who's at the margin pass the class, even if they haven't learned enough that they would have passed it in years prior. And I think this is kind of a part of that.
Absolutely. We're talking with Dr. Adam Tyner. Dr. Tu, I knew this was coming. I've written about it, talked about it. I do a podcast in addition to general talk radio. But your survey, national survey, finding one jumped out at me. About half of teachers say their school or district has adopted at least one equitable grading policy. That ought to chill everybody. I thought it was maybe 1 out of 10, 1 out of 15, something like that. But half?
So about half of them are doing at least one of the policies we asked about, and we asked about all of these kind of controversial policies, not the ones I was talking about that I think would really help solve the equity problems like anonymous grading, for example. That would be a useful thing for teachers to employ in many cases, or using grading rubrics can be helpful for making sure you're grading students fairly and there's transparency. We were asking not about those. We were asking about these more controversial ones, such as getting rid of homework, the 50% rule, getting rid of deadlines. And it's about half of the teachers who say that their district has had some kind, their school or district has some kind of one of those policies, but it is a small fringe that's adopting all of them. For example, of ones that had 4 or 5 of the policies, it's just 6% of schools, of teachers who say that they have like 4 or 5 of these controversial policies. So a lot of schools are experimenting with one of these, but not very many are like doing the whole kind of equity grading program.
So what should parents, grandparents, and others be aware of as we head back to school? Do they put these out in policy papers, or do you just have to catch on and wait and see what's happening? In other words, do they give knowledge, hey, this year we're going to be doing X across the school?
In some cases they do, and in some cases they don't. This has been a controversial thing in some school board meetings around the country, and in where they've tried to implement some of this stuff, and sometimes teachers or parents are pushing back on it. In other cases, they just kind of change the rules, and it's hard to know. So I would say asking your teacher about the way that they do grading in the school would be good. And I think the other really important thing for parents to think about is how much grade inflation there's been in the last few decades, and that if your child is bringing home A's and B's, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing outstanding at school. There are some students out there who are getting all A's and B's and are really struggling, and parents don't realize it because they think that their student is their child's getting better grades than they used to get.
Exactly.
But back then, there was a different set of grades.
Well, I have a remedy, Dr. Adam. Have you ever heard E.D. Hirsch? Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I've given out and told parents to buy his books. I'm not sure if he's deceased or not. That
he's not. He's still kicking. He's still putting out books. He's put out stuff for us over the years as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, well, he's got a good guideline. What every child should know by the end of first grade. And if you see your kid has all A's and you asked him 3 or 4 things, and then he went, "What are you talking about?" Might be what you were, exactly what you're talking about here.
Another thing to look at, I totally agree with you, Dom. Another thing you might look at is just look at their scores at the end of the year on the test, because a lot of parents discount those. They say, "Oh, well, the teacher says they're doing fine, and the fact that they are below basic, or they have this really low level on the test, the teacher says not to worry about that." I think parents need to really look at that, and if there's a disparity between what the teacher's saying and what the test score's saying, you need more investigation, because a lot of parents, they really trust the grades, but it's hard to trust grades now because so many students are getting high grades. I think I read a survey of teachers that said 90% a study of parents, and said 90% of parents believe their child is learning on grade level. But when you actually look at the data, it's somewhere between 25 and 50% who actually are. So there's a bunch of parents who aren't intervening and aren't helping their kid because they think they're doing fine, but they're really not.
I taught how to take the SATs with one of our sponsors now, Adam, way back when, and these kids were shocked. I can remember it, and they would say, well, I'm getting A's and B's, and my summation, particularly in the Philadelphia public schools, was you're a nice kid, you're polite, and you basically do your homework. That's at least a B in a lot of classes. That's a B right there, no matter what. Now, if you do decently on the test, that might tend toward an A. That's the way it works.
No, there's no question. Grade inflation has reached a kind of tipping point in America. ACT had data that came out last year, I think, where they had the highest GPA on record, but the lowest ACT scores on record. So this is just clear evidence that students are getting a lot of grades that they would not have earned in earlier years. And I think parents really need to be aware of it, because they're the ones who might be the ones to intervene and really help their kid know that they need some help in English or in math or something, and they may not be getting a straight story from their kids' grades.
You're a real find for us. We'll have you back. Where do we find your work, or on Twitter? Where do we find Adam Tyner?
You can find the report that we wrote that was based on the teacher survey that we did at FordhamInstitute.org. You can find information about me or contact me if you have any experience with this stuff or are interested in it. I'm happy to engage with you. And also other work that we've done. We have our own podcast. We have our own blog. We put out a new research report every month. So FordhamInstitute.org is where to go to get all of that information.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend, Adam. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right, Henry, thanks for digging him out. Another guy we'll put in our Rolodex that we still keep, Rolodecti, or whatever it is. So President Trump, while this is going on, has been talking to the Italian corrupt FIFA. I love that. The FIFA, what's their logo? Money in the back pocket there? My God.
Guess Trump, it's got to be the trophy.
Trump going all down to town with this soccer. Someone said soccer, that's the thing. He hasn't spoken on Bolton yet, though. He's taking questions holding up the FIFA, right?
Yeah, he's touched on crime a little bit, but as far as Bolton goes, no. It's been FIFA and D.C.
And Kristi Noem is kicking a soccer ball on the side here. It's another Italian-looking guy now talking about soccer. Go figure. Okay. All right. Wasted time. 855-8390. At least he didn't call it football or football.
Oh, boy.
One of them probably did.
Yeah, 100%.
I just resent that. Yeah, 100% there. God, there's so many logos and stuff in here and maps. I can't even tell what's going on. Just that the 2026 World Cup is a big deal. I just see more traffic here in Philadelphia. More people in bars saying, why don't we, why isn't soccer our national sport? It has not been, it is not, and it will not be our national sport.
It's fun every 4 years to care about soccer and then not care about it for another 4 years.
That's a mixed attitude.
That's the beauty of it, yeah.
Okay, so you heard about equitable, as soon as you hear the equitable, it means the outcomes are going to be determined here. Bill Gates surfaces again when he's not trying to blot out the sun, weaken the sun, Tom, just weaken it a little bit. Then he's with this woke math stuff that basically says, here's one math problem. I just turned to it. Imagine you're a Cambodian refugee and you get some math problem that's loaded with prose. Maybe you're very good at the figures level, the calculating part, the mathematical part. Such students are placed at a disadvantage. Okay. A decade ago, officials removed algebra from middle school in San Francisco, arguing the change would give Black and Latino students who were underrepresented in the math class more time to prepare while avoiding them in lower level tracks. They observed that kids wanting their children to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade shied away from public to private schools, etc. Always an excuse. Bill Gates, again, involved. Equitable grading coming our way. You heard what he said. At least one element of this, half of teachers surveyed said is going on. Okay. Jeff Van Drew here at 2 o'clock. We haven't spoken with him in a while. And at 2:30, our person in the ring, Linda Kearns, with us to talk about Pennsylvania now rejecting turning over to the Trump administration, DOJ, I guess it is, voter records. What could go? Bad things happen in Philadelphia. If I were mayor, that'd be my first action coming off Trump. That would kill him. You know how Henry Michette, mayor, is at the Four Corners. They put that sign up, Welcome to Philadelphia. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. All right. Logo, not bad. We're looking for that all-time logo coming off Cracker Barrel. And I had 2 other good ones, too. There's a bald event tomorrow in Philadelphia that we may get to. And I haven't gotten off that. I'm looking for the right guess. A lot of action yesterday. Why are young Republicans down 17% in drinking? Only 3% of Democrats are drinking less. The best answer, Henry had several theories yesterday. You're number one of other people hitting me and what I read yesterday. It's marijuana versus drinking is a big, big cause of this. The sociability of it versus the other. Yeah. That's what's doing it. But the others were true, too. The cost, etc.
Everyone's on dope.
I mean, I have a string. We're going to be at the shore. I'm going to be on some days this coming week, but I have a string of that great phrase in the English language, BYOB, lined up for the shore. I almost can't go to a restaurant that's not BYOB. What are you talking about?
It's very nice. It really is.
Oh, God, yes.
Drink prices have gotten out of hand.
Yeah, you start to flow, and you look at me over here. Hold that glass up somewhere.
Give me a thing of ice here. Keep this chilled.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. 8-5. Okay, here's Bolton.
I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today. But my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes.
Her drawers?
They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out.
Okay, there's the Bolton commentary, and I think that was spot on. The drawers was a nice touch and everything else there, President Trump. All right, 855. I'll ask Jeff Van Drew about that at 2 o'clock and a bunch of other stuff to catch up. Linda Kearns, 2:30, Dom's Money Melody, and the winner of the week. You got to get in with that today. This is the logo thing is working pretty well. 855-839-1210. We need that killer logo, though, one that we have forgotten that just pops. I think the all-time is Nike, at least for our sensibilities here. Yes. Yeah, it's got to be Nike. Well, Dr. Bent's, I'm not sure if we have a logo. I have the Dr. Bent's wear. Soon we'll have the fall collection, I'm told, and the winter collection. I like a nice parka with Dr. Bent's across it. But I wear them, if you notice, on YouTube. You're watching on YouTube. I wear all the, I'd like to be like those race car drivers. Bent's over here, the Martin Company, the N3 Oceanic. But Dr. Bent's is a friend and a brilliant board-certified prostodontist. I'm thrilled to give you news, though, of an expansion. Dr. Bent's is expanding his services and availability with a new prostodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe you're even putting off seeing a dentist, Or if you're a general dentist and you can use some backup, it's all good for all of you. On complicated cases, Dr. Bentz, and we'll have more people involved now. Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, always happy what he and his team have done for me, and I've told you in great detail my oral health. Get on the road to that same great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule that appointment now at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Get the initial look-see, meet Dr. Bentz, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it. Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tonight, 6:45 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A few clouds overnight. We'll get down in the low 60s. Tomorrow, gorgeous day. High 84 in the sunshine. Saturday looks like it's going to be exactly the same. And Sunday, a few clouds roll in with a high of 83. By Monday, we'll see some more clouds, but the sun will be back by Tuesday.
Family owned since 1979, Kitchen Magic is your trusted source for expert kitchen and bath remodeling. And we're tariff proof because we make our cabinets right here in the USA. Save up to 30% this August at kitchenmagic.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, President Trump has just promised to get rid of the rats in Washington, too. We got a lot of rats here. The grass, the rats, crime down, and FIFA and the soccer guy there. All right, let me know, Henry, if there's anything else we should dip into. What he said about Bolton is pretty much spot on. That's the best way to handle this. The biggest panic the media is trying to cause now and turn against Republicans, the Eagles-Dallas game. Oh, my God, what it's going to be like. They're talking with Malcolm Kenyatta, who says 6 hours to wait for Uber. That's what will be involved. They talk about how disgusting this is. People can't even enjoy a football game because of these Senate Republicans. And meanwhile, the Delaware Valley Journal says in January 2025, average daily ridership was 705,000. Unlinked passenger trips, just 72% of the January 2019 levels. Service runs at about 88% of pre-COVID levels. So it's not COVID. They're down, and they're going to continue to be down. They're unsafe. You have the fare evader stuff. They're unclean. And that's all Republicans are trying to do. They're trying to make SEPTA great again. Well, it's never been great. They're trying to make SEPTA, we need another longer, not as bad as it has been.
Respectable.
Well, that's even too much of a goal. I have to go with not as bad as it's been. Respectable. What would be your metric? So, yeah, that's better than the goal here. Okay. 855-839-1210. That will get you on board. Did I play my third Madeline Dean? Yeah, the redistricting and how you got to nuke them. Again, I marvel each and every day. How is there not even a contest in Montgomery County against this woman? How does Mary Gay Scanlon not even care who's running against her? The Houlihan. What has happened to suburban Philadelphia? And remember how important that is when we get to statewide elections and the presidential election. All right, let's go to Carol in Somerton. Carol's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Carol, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. How are you?
Good, Carol.
I just thought about the MGM Lion. When you heard that roar, you knew you were in for a good movie following.
That's a pretty good logo. Yep, it's a logo come alive, and it's also a logo. We'll put you down for
that. Might be the only logo you hear.
That's true, yes. So a logo is incredibly important to drive business, and sometimes it's just the designers, the people that create it, that are in love with it themselves. And I think that's what's happening with Cracker Barrel. Mixed in, there's a little bit of PC stuff going on. I have in front of me, and this came out from the Democrat playbook. It is called the Blue Blacklist. There are 6 categories that Democrats should avoid. Don't sound extreme, divisive, elitist, obfuscatory, enforcers of wokeness. Now, here are some of the terms that are blacklisted. Do not use these. Privilege. You don't even have to say white privilege. What privilege is even worse? We know you mean white. Dialoguing, triggering, othering, microaggression, holding space, body shaming, subverting norms, systems of oppression, cultural appropriation, Overton window. I'm not even sure what the Overton window is. Are you? We'll have to Google that one. Do you have that, Kirk? I see you reaching for the mic. Overton window?
No. It's a range of subjects and arguments politically acceptable to the mainstream population at a given time. It is also known as the window of discourse.
Oh, boy. Okay. We're outside the Overton window.
Yep.
Food insecurity, housing insecurity, person who immigrated, birthing person, cisgender, dead naming. Uh-oh, there you go. You don't want to be a dead namer. Heteronormative, patriarchy, LGBTQIA+, BIPOC, allyship, incarcerated people, criminals, involuntary confinement. And guess who's in town today? I heard it on WIP. Hugh Douglas apparently is going over there. He's not partaking, but he's going over there to see it. He has a thing about what are these people about? The fur people. People that want to be animal creatures.
Furries.
The furries. And the only problem I have with it, as an adult, you can certainly do weird stuff. That's fine. They do it in schools where kids say they're furries, so they had certain bathrooms set aside, apparently, that were like litter boxes. I mean, we're not going to have litter boxes in school. The furries of kids in school. Adults, one thing. In public schools, how do you accommodate furries? Well, the answer is you really shouldn't. I mean, this is...
I would hate to sit behind like someone in math class just wearing a giant like fox costume.
Yeah, exactly. You might want to Google it. I didn't hear where the convention is at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. I do know this. Coming in today, I was a little bit later for a couple of reasons. I noticed the Rocky statue, 2 of them. One at the base. This was around 11:05. There were 11 o'clock, just on a Friday. It's not a weekend. 25 people. The upper base, as I'm driving by, the Rocky on the upper level had about 30. And across the streets, just waiting, ready to put their foot out and race across the street. On the traffic island were over 150 tourists. My bet is a lot of them are going to go to one of those 2 or both of them.
Yeah.
So Stephanie Farr, who won't come on the show, an out-of-towner writing for the Philadelphia Inquirer, what do you say to these people? Well, we could put anything up there and they would come to it. No. They're coming here for Rocky. They can't get enough of that. Why is that a bad look for the city? You don't like Trump? You don't like Stallone because he likes Trump? Is there too much Rocky in Philadelphia? 11 o'clock in an afternoon, weekday afternoon. Come on. Now, I'm not saying around the clock people are there, but it is a huge attraction. Well, why don't they go over to the Liberty Bell? All right, maybe they make their way over there. Does Stephanie Farr have a list from the Inquirer of where a tourist must go? Otherwise, there's something wrong with them. All right, 855. Oh, I see the winner. Look at line 7, Henry. I don't know if it says it to you. No?
You know what? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
maybe.
Although the Earl of Tacony, we should have taken off.
He's got another strong one too, as well.
Yeah, but I'm looking at 7.
Yeah,
I'm going to attempt to go to next, see what people think. That's coming up. 855-839-1210. AT&T, Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, VeneriaDental.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Hey, good for the kid. Good for a kid in college. But, there's something with Penn State and the taxpayer aspect of this, I guess. The quarterback of the Aller, right?
Drew Aller, yeah.
Yeah, Aller. Last year was pretty good. He's controversial. Will he be picked high or not? Just saw a report that came down. He is going to make at least $3 million for his final season in college.
Oh, yeah.
Under the NIL money. And we talked about this before, and it's good for the players, but the amount that's being paid there and the amount that Penn State takes in taxpayer money, there's something a bit askew there, but lawmakers don't care about Penn State because they want to be on the 50-yard line. $3 million, oh, wow. So this is working. Why not stay an extra year in college, particularly if you're borderline NFL?
That's going to be the rumor with Arch Manning.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
He's the highest earner in college football. He gets $6.8 million. So what's the rush for him to whisk off if some bad team's going to pick him?
And here's the thing that I don't like. The head coach, former head coach of Alabama, is friendly with President Trump, and apparently they're cooking up some way to stop this. And that's embarrassing. I don't care if they make that amount of money. I just don't think taxpayers should be subsidizing Penn State in the manner that we do. But as far as the player, why would Trump think there's something wrong with that? I don't.
Because Nick Saban says so. Nick Saban says goes.
Right, yeah. But he was okay with taking $8 to $10 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. I don't mean to start this Friday weekend off on a bad foot, but did I hear that your Eagles are going to have male cheerleaders now?
Oh, yeah. They're doubling the number.
Oh, God.
Well, Joe, wait a minute. You got an upper hand here, Joe. I got to give it to you. The only ones.
I know, but I'm not going to exploit it. I'm not going to exploit it.
No, I will exploit it in your honor. The only ones that don't have male cheerleaders that I'm aware of at this point are your Dallas Cowboys.
And this is going to give me so much enjoyment this fall with my boys every Sunday.
Oh, God.
No matter what. I mean, I got my oldest son rooting a second-string quarterback right now in the preseason. He is so pumped up. I'm going to take full advantage of this.
By every other metric, you're one of the greatest guys we've ever met. But I got to say, the hammer comes down at the next Mulligan's on you for the Dallas. Wait a minute. Who's worse, Joe and the Dallas love, or Amory Muldoon, who is just spectacular, but she's been to Springsteen 45 times?
Oh.
That's a tough one. I know where Dan would go. Dan would go with the Springsteen.
I'm going Dallas, yeah.
I'm going Dallas.
Get that star out of
I'm going with Dallas.
I'm cringing right now because I'm guilty of both.
Oh, no, Joe.
I'm guilty of both. And Dom, you got to pay attention on the chat to Suze's recommendation for the probably one of the best side questions ever, and the presentation of it. It's awesome.
Oh, okay. What is it, Joe? I think
she said the best line in the song, but when you call in, you have to sing it.
Oh boy.
That might be Monday at the Sure Best Line Song, Henry. I think you have to sing it.
Totally, yeah. I'd love to hear the singing voices of the audience.
All right. I'm marking that down.
she said if you don't sing it, you're out.
Yeah,
you got to sing it.
That's a good one. Joe, who's yours? What do you have?
Don, mine is, and we felt an obligation to all these liberals whenever they ask for, where's your proof, we used to run to this logo, and I stopped doing it because they don't need, they got to do their own homework, and it's the Google logo.
Absolutely. That is a classic. Thank you, Joe. Coming up, Jeff Van Drew. We have to catch up with him on any number of things. And then Linda Kearns at 2:30 on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day Sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items, from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit our Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Hurry, Labor Day savings run August 25th through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Is your AC struggling this summer? Trying to put off replacement for another year? No need to wait. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust. And your estimate? Absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
All right, it is time. We'll speak with Congressman Jeff Andrew. Sometimes he gets caught up in the moment at the end there. It should be momentarily. A lot to talk about. J.D. Vance gave an interview to Meet the Press, and we have some excerpts that just dropped. And he said about John Bolton, yes, it is about classified documents, but there is a broader concern about Bolton than just classified documents. He didn't specify. She tried to, as far as I can tell, but that just came down 30 seconds or so ago. Broader concerns. We'll ask Jeff Andrew about that and a whole bunch of things. Before he gets here, though, here is, Henry, this is cut 9. And I made quite a point of this yesterday. I just wanted to amplify it because this is unfinished business since we're seeing the Bolton thing today. Here's James Comer, representative from where? Kentucky, discussing this Ian Sams. He's the guy that was the chief spokesperson for President Trump, and I commend this guy in that he's the first one that hasn't taken the fifth on what day is it and everything else. He admitted under oath yesterday that he only talked to the president fleetingly 2 times in 4 years. And yet he was the guy out there, and I'm going to play you a cut of it, making all these pronouncements about how brilliant and sharp Biden was. Here's what Comer said.
And yet no one can say for certain that Joe Biden was given the was given the orders to use the auto pen. And if you're using the auto pen to sign one document and Joe Biden's in the White House, 75% of the time when the document's used, why not have Joe Biden sign the document right there? Why have to go through all the bureaucracy of using the auto pen? I mean, this was a huge interview today, and I think it contradicts everything that the former Biden people are saying with respect to the president's mental fitness. There were very few people that were around Joe Biden, especially at the end. And that's when the majority of the pardons and executive orders were signed with that auto pen. I mean, I can't say this enough. I want to say this one more time so everyone understands. Ian Sams, who was the White House spokesperson for a significant amount of Joe Biden's time as president, interacted with him 2 times. 2 times. So, we're going to continue to bring people in. And again, this person, Ian Sams, is the one that would counter everything Robert Hur, or anytime anyone would suggest that Joe Biden wasn't mentally fit, he would say, no, he's at the top of his game. Every time he tweeted out, and several times he gave interviews on.
All right, there's Comer. Now, he said something else interesting there that I didn't know, haven't heard before, that they revealed. 75% of the time when the auto pen was used, as far as they can tell, Biden was there in the White House. So why are we doing the auto? I mean, isn't that suspect right there? Why are we bringing this up? Because of all those pardons, because who was running the country? You got to get to the bottom of this. I mean, there are some things that I'd say, look, yeah, I hate this, that they did it, et cetera, but it's time to move on. No, not on this one. Not on what happened here. How this fraud went on, how serious it is. 75% of the time he was there. Okay. Here is Ian Sams to remind you who this guy was. Here's a little montage of Sams talking about Biden, how sharp he was, a guy he only fleetingly met 2 times in 4 years. Here's cut 11.
Sorry, Don, just give me a second here.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to do a lot of holes.
YouTube.com/1210.
The gratuitous remarks that the former Attorney General talked about have naturally caught headlines and all of your attention. They're wrong, and they're inaccurate. I think also on this issue of the memory, it's been selectively chopped up and edited and sent around because of the confusing way that report was written. There is no case here. The president is innocent, and that was the conclusion of this case. When I deal with him, he's sharp, he's asking tough questions, and he's speaking, I think maybe most importantly, speaking passionately about what matters to him.
All right, so that's a little bit of the stylings. Look, I give this guy credit. The others, I don't know if they answered anything at any time under any circumstance, and they're all going to have to be held accountable for that. You just don't get to say, I regret Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and get away with it, okay? All right, we're tracking Jeff Van Drew. I don't know if there's a drone issue or not. We'll get him on here. It's been a while since we've talked with the congressman to catch up here. Oh, wait a minute. Is Johnny Z on the line there? Okay, yeah, get him on. Yeah. I don't want to spread flooding at Mulligan's. Did somebody save the scotch? All right. I wanted to ask him about Republicans and drinking, too. All right. So Jeff Van Drew we'll catch up with here momentarily. Let's go to Gary in Newtown. Remember, today's the day we pick $50 gift card to the great Gallows, Jim Harvey, up there on the boulevard. Gary in Newtown. Hey, Gary, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Happy Friday, and what a wonderful weekend we're going to have, right?
Absolutely.
So before I get to the side question, Joe from Columbus.
Yes.
I think he has the key to the next debate at Mulligan's.
Okay.
And I have put it on my own agenda when I'm walking around town. I was at St. Joe's University yesterday. Whoever is wearing a Philadelphia Eagle shirt, I just politely say, hey, how are you? How's life? And then I ask them, 52 or 59, which one's better, and give me a reason. As in the Super Bowl 52, Super Bowl 59.
Okay.
Which one was the better win? I think that would be a great bar conversation at Mulligan's.
Oh, okay. I can settle that one. It's obviously 52 because
I'm with you.
Yeah,
backup quarterback beat the greatest of all time for sure.
The greatest backup quarterback in history. Some would say I would be
in
one.
history,
and the greatest public figure I've ever been around, who couldn't have been hotter and couldn't have been nicer to producers. The great Nick Foles. Yes.
All right, absolutely. So I would love to have that conversation at Mulligan's.
Okay, I'll put it on the agenda.
For my side question, and it's also a fair warning, I love the Wawa symbol. I love the Wawa logo, and I absolutely love the Flintstones Wawa logo in Wildwood Crest.
The Flintstones Wawa label.
If you're right up the street from Mulligan's, next time you're there, when you look at that Wildwood logo, to me, I feel like I'm driving in to see Barney, and it's crazy. But it is, you're taking your life in your own hands in that parking lot, rest assured.
Gotcha. Thank you, Gary. That is a good one. I don't know who's on the hotline here, Jeff Van Drew or Johnny Z. We'll put them both on. Just let me know. All right. So, I go with the 52. The 2017 team. Nick Foles, as I've said many times, probably the greatest public event I've ever done was with Nick Foles. It just was remarkable backstage with the guy. And if he is, what did they list him as? I think they said he's 243 pounds. He's a thin guy. That tells you how I know how tall he is. Tells you how frightening pro football is, though. That a guy that looks like that's 243 pounds. I don't know how anybody survives. All right, let's do the money melody, and then we'll sort out what's going on. No, we got somebody
No,
here.
this is a mess back
Okay,
here.
okay. All right.
Got the congressman trying to call in. I can't call him back.
Right.
Our phones stink. I can't pick up the line. I can't call him back 'cause he's calling from a blocked number.
Oh, okay.
Got Johnny Z on the line now, too.
Well, let's go to Johnny
All right,
Z
we'll go to
then.
Johnny real quick.
And then can we do money melody or no?
We'll have to, we'll see if the
All
congressman
right, all
can
right. So this is the order here. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. If it's a congressman, Johnny Z goes before him.
All
If it's a senator, he goes before him.
Noted.
If it's Trump, we put them both on together. Settled.
Fair.
Let's go to Johnny Z at Mulligan's here on Talk Radio 1210. Johnny, I'm watching on Twitter here, and our buddy John Gentile said, how you doing? What happened?
Well, as you can see from those pictures, we basically had a dockside bar last night.
Oh God!
They were only calling for like 2 to 3 foot coastal tide.
Right.
Now that came up from the back bay, but I'm telling you that was every bit of 6, if not 7 foot. Because Sandy, the only time we had water in the bar was Sandy. We had a foot, and that was like 8.5 feet. And this was right at the doorstep. And I mean, I'll tell you, it was a little surreal. I was just thinking, oh my God, is this going to stop? Is this going to stop? And then it finally did, and then it receded. But yeah, it was a little touch and go.
So the bar is still, that's all we want to know. The bar is still operational then, right?
Oh yeah, it was operational last night. I had guys pulling up in kayaks and paddle boards, and it was something to watch.
John, so we were thinking of you yesterday, and I think you were busy with something. Disturbing trends. This was Gallup and then Axios, where Republicans now are 17% down, people Henry's age and slightly older, when it comes to imbibing, drinking, even wine or something like that. And we were going through all the reasons why this generation's messing up. We're not talking about alcoholism, but just, social drinking. What do you observe at Mulligan's? Do you see any of that?
You can see a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
You just talking to beer and liquor reps, sales have fallen off for them, over the last, handful of years. Now, I mean, there could be a number of different things. People are trying to be health conscious, so you see people drinking these mocktails,
right,
and stuff like that. You have, of course, the legalization of weed, and then you also have these THC drinks that have come out recently. People are drinking them. I don't deal with those.
Okay.
But, we have people all the time. You have the THC drinks? Do you have the THC? No. So, it might be a combination of all that. I really don't know.
All right. Well, we know two things. No THC drinks and cash at the bar. You can use your cards and the other parts of it. Thank God you're maintaining my vision of the world, and I think yours, John.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for another spectacular event. We can hardly wait till we see you again, John. I'm glad the flood did not do any damage there, so we're ready to go.
Yeah, we got real lucky. Some idiot took their car and drove past the place. It's in that flood, doing about 35 mile an hour, and it sent a wake under the front doors, and we got a little bit of water that way. But that was the extent of it.
I love the bar. We have to put something outside the bar where you can kayak to get your cocktail.
Yes,
absolutely.
It was something to watch.
Absolutely, John. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, Jeff Van Drew with us, all jerseyed up here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Well, it's that time of year to be jerseyed up, right? But anyhow, it's good to be with you. I would have been on sooner. There was some issues with the phone.
Yeah, I apologize for all that. So you were blocked, apparently. This is despicable. Who would block Jeff Van Drew? Get to the bottom of that, Kirk. It's the deep state. They're stopping Van Drew.
I'm going to my oversight subcommittee that I chair. I'm telling you right now, Dom. I'm investigating you, everybody at the station. We're going from top to bottom. What happened here?
Well, one thing I wanted to know: did they ask you to participate when you saw Hegseth and RFK Jr. doing that physical fitness, giving your transformation? You're an elliptical guy. Every time I get on an elliptical, I think of you doing an hour or whatever it is you do after my 10 minutes. That was pretty impressive the other day. Do you do anything like that, push-ups followed by pull-ups?
I do. So every day I do the elliptical for an hour to an hour and a quarter, around 5 miles, a little less, a little more, but in that range. But I always do at least 60 minutes and most 75 minutes, usually around 65 to 70, depending on how the day is going. That's every day. 2 to 3 times a week I do push-ups, pull-ups, chin-ups, dips, squats, thrusts, curls, flies, reverse flies.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, I've done that a lot. Now, I'm actually writing a bill, and I'm working with Kennedy's group at Health and Human Services and with the President's office. I hope it gets somewhere. This is going to kind of be a serious conversation for a second, if you'll share with me.
Yeah.
So I want people to get healthier. It was a lot of fun what they did. It's really good. By the way, very hard to do 50 good pull-ups and 100 good push-ups all within 10 minutes. Very minimal rest, not an easy thing to do. And in all honesty, they were flailing a little towards the end because that's normal that you would. That's not the message. It's good. I'm glad they did it. A lot of fun. They're great guys. But the message I'm putting out is to the kid that's 75 over pounds in the 4th grade, to the young lady in high school that's 100 pounds overweight or 50 pounds overweight. We're not looking for perfection here. Nobody's looking for you to play in the NFL or MLB or, any of it. How about, though, starting a little better? I'm not even saying perfection. Eat some fruits and vegetables. Eat maybe some grilled meats and, things that aren't always fried. And maybe we start out with a brisk walk for a half mile. So we're mimicking what the president did in his executive orders and putting it right into legislation. Now, where this is going to go, I don't know, because there's so much on the docket. We're so busy with everything from Ukraine to rescissions to, anything you can imagine, as you know, Dom, because you cover it all. This is not the most important issue. It's an important one. So I'm taking a little different tack with this. Now, last thing, to have fun. You know what the nights out are, when they have these nights out where you meet the police officers and EMTs and firemen. So I have a lot of communities, biggest district in the state of New Jersey, bigger than the state of Delaware. So we were bouncing around in these things. They all had pull-up bars. And so some of my friends who were police officers, and it's online. My political director actually, unbeknownst to me, put it up online. Said, Andrew, let's see if you can do some pull-ups. So we banged out, between 15 to 20 pull-ups in good form for them, just so I shut them up a little bit. Good guys. Now, it was a lot of fun.
This is embarrassing because how high were the pull-up bars? See, the one at my gym's pretty high. You got to kind of jump to get to it. How high are these pull-up bars you're doing?
These were, one you could just get to. The other one you had to jump up a little bit, and you bring out a good point if we want to talk about that. That jump and then having to grab on and that little bit of a jerk when you do that, that's not good, and it's counterproductive. So what I would say to you is find a bench that's not being used, a movable bench, or if they should have, for guys like you and me, I'm 5'8", they should have, if they have to have it that way, then they should have, like I have a Roman chair right in my house and in my apartment as well in Washington. So they have steps that you can get on and you can pull right up. You don't want to be that first one where you could barely get on and then you got to pull all the way up.
God.
You want to pull all the way up, but you don't want to do it that way. Get a box like the size of a milk crate or a bench and stand on that, and you'll do it much more comfortably. Less chance of hurting yourself and harming a joint.
The show was worth it today
strain.
in getting you through. You don't know how much I want to do that, and I'm about 6'1". This is a jump. So I'm going to, tomorrow when I'm working out, we'll be thinking of you. Wanted to know your view on a couple of big things today, though. And the bill, who could be against that? Washington, this is a master stroke as far as any metric that we can look at. I don't know if you're there, it's in recess, but your guys there are you. What can you tell us is going on?
Now, let me be real clear here. The president is doing exactly the right thing. When did we start in the United States of America to think that the greatest nation on the face of the earth the bastion of freedom, that we have to be hiding in our homes and in our apartments, curled up in our big cities because we're afraid to go out. I'm going to tell you a story real quick. A lady, a lot of people call our office every day. We get thousands of emails, letters, telephone calls. We had a few that called on this issue. Said, the military's taken over the whole country, blah, blah, blah. And so we told the story of my chief of staff who was attacked, and thank God she had a taser, and she was able to tase the guy, and she kicked him where, ran to the police station. This was a couple of years ago. The police were so great. They drove her home. They made sure she was okay. But she said, well, don't we want to go back to the scene of where this happened? They say, what we're being told, now listen to this, is if there aren't gunshots and there wasn't a homicide, don't do anything.
Oh, God.
This is just this ultra left, whether it's they want open borders, they want biological men competing in women's sports, they want, children to be able to change their sex, their name, their pronouns without talking to their parents. The list goes on and on. This is just one more weird thing. So the lady that called on the phone, my chief is telling them what happened, and it happened, by the way, during the day, but the lady says, well, you shouldn't be out walking around at night. And so my chief said, well, I wasn't out walking around all night, but why can't I be? Let me tell you, my vision of America is that Dom Giordano or Jeff Van Drew can walk anywhere in any city at any time, day or night, as long as they're not up to no good, and nobody would bother them. This is America. We're free.
Exactly. And it's the capital of the greatest country in the history of the world.
Yeah.
Not only that, I don't know if you interviewed her. The woman carrying the taser, then kicking the guy, that's who I want as my chief of staff. Man, you're not fooling around with Van Drew in a meeting. My God. Woo!
She is known. I'm not going to say her name because she gets so mad at me, but she is known far and wide as, as one person called her, he said she's a bulldog in a dress. And by the way, she's very attractive as well. She's not some
attractive bulldog in a dress.
You wouldn't know, but this is one strong and intense girl. But, thank God she would have gotten hurt. She would have lost her purse. This guy ran out of a tent. A good friend of mine, Ron Estes, who's from Kansas, good, peaceful, wonderful congressman. His legislative intern was shot to death.
That's right.
Just a few weeks ago in Washington, D.C. Before that, just down the block from me, a Jewish couple left a beautiful young man and young woman left shot to death just right around the corner from me. I mean, it just goes on. And what happened to President Trump's, I think it was an intern, I'm not sure, but was somebody on his team, on his staff, got the living...
big balls kid.
Yeah.
That's who it was. Yeah.
Got the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah.
Why? Why do we accept that? Let me tell you I don't care what you do in your home. I don't care what you do in life in general. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt my family. And you don't get away with that. You go to jail. That's the way it's supposed to be. The rule of law.
Exactly. Hey, it's been too long. All the time you were talking, I was paying attention, but I was writing down the pull-up for tomorrow. I will have to send you pictures when this works. Be ready for it.
You got to send me, man. It will work. It will help you a lot. You'll just be able to put your hands right on it.
Exactly.
And it won't be like that,
Hey, Congressman, we miss talking with you, so we'll get in touch soon as we get back in session, et cetera. Thank you again, and thanks for the work you're doing. And this bill, we want to know more about it as it continues.
You will. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be on with you, Dom. You do a great job for Pennsylvania and New Jersey and beyond that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Congressman. Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Henry, you were thinking the same thing as I. Remember I told you the pull-up is hard enough, but you can't be jumping and doing it.
Yeah.
In my gym, the congressman said congressional law. I can put a chair there, then I can stand up and do it. I think I can do it.
Oh, at that point, I could get a couple down, too.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the next Mulligans or whatever, we'll be doing them. All right, so into current, boy, this is a juncture here. We got floods, guys in kayaks. We got Jeff Van Drew.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Yeah,
we'll come back, and then we'll go to Linda.
Yeah, right. Let's do our Money Melody.
Money Melody.
All the money gone.
All right, so we are playing for a $50 Metro Diner gift certificate. Visit metrodiner.com to place that order today. Goes a long way there. It's a great spot. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today we were asking for that all-time iconic logo. One of my answers today was the Rolling Stones with that iconic, tongue
better
sticking
band,
out of the mouth. Yeah.
Better band than the Beatles.
Better
That's
band
okay.
than the Beatles.
All right, that
say,
guy on Twitter, stop it.
Another band with iconic logo, I'd say, would be Led Zeppelin. Not because they have one logo, but because they have 4 representing each of the members of the band. So I'm going to play you their song, Rock and Roll Today. I want the name of this band covering Led Zeppelin, who also has a very famous logo to their band. Something about their band is simply the initials with wings on them. So I'm going to play this band. Tell me who it is. Yeah, this band has been through a bit of a shakeup over over many years, shakeups. But they also have an iconic logo, just like the band they're covering, Led Zeppelin. I want to know this cover.
I got to say, great Money Melodies this week, wonderful. And the logo question might sneak into the top 50. It's a tough field, maybe top 30.
I'll see how the end of the show goes.
Oh boy, they better come on. They better be a winner that just. I go, oh, why didn't we think of that? 855-839-1210. Jump in, identify that. And you are off to the Metro Diner.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-6409 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-6409. That's 800-220-6409. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6409. Again, 800-220-6409.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue for today. All right, and we're looking for what, Henry?
The band covering Led Zeppelin here.
All right, Bob in Cherry Hill. Bob, who's covering Led Zeppelin here?
Hey, Dom. Hey, Henry. Is that Van Halen?
You know it.
All right, Bob, I'll put you on hold. You get a $50 gift card to the Great Metro Diner. Remember, visit metrodiner.com to place your order today, and $50 goes a long way there. Nicely played. We'll do it all again on Monday. Linda Kearns, of course, the secretary, we're moving in Eagles football, the defensive coordinator. Presler's the offensive coordinator. Convinced a lot of people the last time. Mail-in ballot, do all that. We have a new dilemma, though. My friend, he comes on the show anyhow, Al Schmidt, saying, hell no. We're not going to honor this Department of Justice request to get the voter rolls so we can take a look at them. Let's go to Linda Kearns. She's got other things, too, of course. Hey, Linda, welcome in.
Dom, how are you? And I want to make sure I get an invite to Mulligan's to come down in person.
Well,
I better be on the list.
You are. We wanted to elevate you to the first panel here. That's the highest honor. There's only one higher honor at Mulligan's that Paula Scanlon got. Johnny put this polished beer keg in her spot saying, Linda's Paula Scanlon's spot. Do not park until she got in there.
Oh.
I've never
I expect the same treatment.
Okay, we're going to get you that Linda Kearns beer keg. So, Linda, let's talk a little bit about our buddy Al Schmidt here. What is the government wanting here from the Pennsylvania Department of State to clarify things with voter registration database?
All right. Well, first of all, Al Schmidt's not my buddy.
Okay.
So the Department of Justice asked for the statewide voter registration list and all of the information that's in the system. Al Schmidt is refusing to produce it, and he is dead wrong. My prediction is that the Justice Department is going to sue him. I also predict that they will win. I will predict that a few of my clients, like the Public Interest Legal Foundation and the Center for Election Confidence, will be involved in the lawsuit, so I will be involved. Federal
wait
law
a minute. You can't
provides-
make a prediction when you know you're going to be doing it as if you're Nostradamus. We got you on the other side. Go ahead, Linda.
Schmidt is wrong. Federal law provides that the Attorney General can send a written demand for this information, and states must comply. The DOJ followed the law and provided the basis for the request. But your buddy, Al Schmidt, has been his habit and custom going all the way back to when he was the commissioner here in Philly. He stalls, obscures, obfuscates, conceals. He talks about transparency, but what he does not understand is that he does not get to decide what he will release and what he won't release. There's a statute on this, 52 U.S.C. 20703. It authorizes the Attorney General to get this information. Dom, he's wrong. And what I want listeners to know, which they may not know, is that statute, that was passed back in 1960. That was back when the governors in the Deep South, like John Patterson, Alabama, or James Coleman in Mississippi, who ran on a platform of maintaining segregation, those governors refused to comply with the federal government when the federal government was asking about voting in their states, because those governors wanted to hide what they were doing. They were enacting laws and policies that was suppressing the minority vote. Remember, it was the 1960s. Sure. So Congress passed this law to stop this behavior. It was not okay in the Deep South in 1960 to defy the federal government on this, and it's not okay today. And Schmidt is wrong, and he's going to be sued if he doesn't comply. And with Christian Adams Group, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, I know you've had Christian Adams on a bunch of times. I've sued Pennsylvania counties, and I've sued the Commonwealth multiple times, and Schmidt always responds the same way. How much can I get away with hiding? He's doing it again. And you know what? I applaud the Trump administration. They're shining a bright light on this. And to have clean and good elections, you need clean voting rolls. And I applaud the Trump administration. I applaud Pam Bondi. I applaud Harmeet Dillon. I'll tell you a funny story. I was with Harmeet last week. There was the Republican National Lawyers Association summer meeting, and we were at a table, and we had to go around and introduce ourselves. And when I went to introduce myself, Harmeet actually said, "Linda, please, you do not need any introduction. Everyone knows who you are." So
good.
It's not just here in Pennsylvania.
Here's the shame of it. Wouldn't it be better for the Inquirer, where I'm looking at, and others that talked about this, to mention this statute, and also maybe to call you to get the other side here on this? And Linda, I know you agree with this. Aside from this being a statute, don't we want transparency to be a watchword? Don't we want to quell any kind of conspiracy or any kind of stuff? And the way to do that is to comply readily with this.
Right. And I'll tell you what the Commonwealth does is there is a law that protects driver's license information. There's a law, and it goes back to, and I'm dating myself, way back when there was a girl, an actress named Rebecca Schaefer, and she was on this show called My Sister Sam with Pam Dauber. So I'm really dating myself. But she was actually shot by a crazed fan, and he found her through her driver's license number. So there was a law passed, the Driver's License Protection Act. So you cannot get driver's license information on people. I can't. When I get the voter roll information, I can't get it. But I'm not the Department of Justice. And that's a whole different ballgame. And the Department of Justice can get this information, and they have plans in place to keep that information private so that it's not going to it's not going to get out there. That information won't get out there. So all of this privacy, that's just a red herring that Schmidt likes to do. And honestly, Dom, I think that Schmidt is interested in one thing, and that is helping Shapiro in his White House bid. And Shapiro appears to have one reason and only one reason why he thinks he should be president, and that reason appears to be that he doesn't like Donald Trump, so he's trying to court the voters who he thinks don't like Donald Trump. So because of that, Schmidt, who's in his administration, is kind of, going along the party line and trying to defy the Trump administration. That's what's going on here. Pennsylvanians deserve better, Dom. And I am going to make sure they get it, along with my clients, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, and the Center for Election Confidence.
I heard your prediction. I'm looking into the 1210 crystal ball. I see Henry right now, half hour from now, dialing up Al Schmidt to get him on the show on Monday. Henry, come in. Do you see that in the crystal ball in our future here? Yeah.
Why don't you have Al and I on together? Or better yet, have us both at Mulligan's to go at it.
Well, you know what? Make that request that we'd like to air this both at the same time, Henry, and I'll just be in the ring. If not, then we'll get Al on, then Linda in rebuttal afterward, after we hear that. And Linda, again, you have such knowledge. He has arguments here. The Inquirer gives us none of this. They make it seem like here comes the Trump administration invading our privacy again.
But the DOJ is not asking for this information in order to just, publish it on the internet. The DOJ is asking this information because the DOJ recognizes that to have good elections, we need clean voter rolls. And let's face it, the states are not maintaining their voter rolls appropriately. And I know that for a fact because of how many times I've sued both counties in Pennsylvania and the entire state. Now, I'm not saying every single county's wrong or they never do it right because voters have to trust the process. And some counties are doing it right and some counties get it right sometimes but don't always get it right. But they should be getting it right all the time, and that's what this is all about. So I absolutely applaud the Trump administration, and voters this should make them feel confident that this is getting looked into, and we're pushing back against these states. Because when Schmidt writes his letters, because I reviewed his letter, he just loves to come to conclusions. He just loves to say, "Oh, I'm proud of the work we're doing, and we comply with federal law, and we ensure that our voter rolls are accurate." Well, we don't care what you say you're doing, Secretary Schmidt. We want to actually see the evidence that you're doing it, and that's what the NVRA, the law is all about. So, show us. And exactly. That's all that Harmy Thillen is asking for.
One parting thing here, Linda, too. You told Henry, and I hadn't seen this, that the AG's office was cyber attacked, and now various cases are pushed back a month.
Yeah, I got an order. It was emailed to me, because I'm a member of the federal bar, and it says that the AG's office, the Pennsylvania Attorney General's, experienced a cyber attack which has caused significant disruptions to the office's daily activities by disabling attorney access to data necessary for their work. So all of their cases are delayed 30 days, and then the order goes on to say that, if this is going to prejudice you, contact the court, and I guess they can try to work around it for you. But that's pretty big. I don't think I've ever seen that kind of an order, just blanket, just moving all cases 30 days. So it must be a pretty big attack. That's a little bit scary. How much we rely on computers and the fact that could happen. There's bad actors out there, so we can never forget that.
Linda, thank you as always. Great stuff. I know you were busy today and got you late, but thank you again, and we'll let you know if Al Schmidt's willing to talk with you on Monday.
Yeah, bring it on, Dom.
Okay.
Bring it on. Right. And Henry, thank you for the Elvis intro music. I always appreciate that, and I hope you got a lot of good feedback from the first and maybe the only live hit from Graceland last week. I hope the listeners like that.
People loved it a lot. Absolutely. Thank you, Linda.
All right, take care, everybody.
Take care. All right, great stuff. Just wind her up, and away we go. All right, I want to take Phil of Delaware because I teased this before the lightning round. All right, Phil, I think you got a pretty classic one. What's your logo?
The logo is, and I am on the road every day. Today I actually am in Sea Isle City. And it made me think of the old days of Atlantic City when you would come in towards town. There was a billboard with a little girl and a dog pulling her bottoms down, and it was a Coppertone ad.
Yes, it's still out there, too, through a lot of iterations. Nothing better than Coppertone. That is a classic logo. I can imagine someday they're going to take the little girl out, maybe replace the dog, and we're just going to say Coppertone in some kind of box or something.
Well, they'll probably do something with the girl because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's got to be a female.
Yes, I hear you. Okay. It'll be one. No, I'm not going to go any more on that. All right. It is the lightning round. 855-839-1210. You get on board. I'm seeing the driver who's here illegally, the truck driver maniac in Florida. Boy, the police lieutenant governor, I think, is involved in arresting him or something here. The sheriffs down there that we have on, they speak plain in Florida. And the one sheriff said they interviewed him. No remorse, none of that. Maniac. That California allowed to have the licensure, making this U-turn, killing 3 people. Again, America's seeing these stories. They don't care about anything else. They want to be protected on this stuff. All right, phone lines. Lightning round, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time logo. I'll give you a little bit of an update. The other side never rests. We're happy that Columbus Day, we hope to have a huge number of people out at the parade. But the other side wants to do something else on Columbus Day. I'll tell you what that is and the lightning round on Talk Radio 1210. Let's first remind you, are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, just for our listeners, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when placing your order. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL, F-U-E-L, at checkout. And again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com. Get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Tonight's 6:45 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style. All with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Low 60s overnight, nice and clear. Tomorrow, high 84 in the sunshine. Sunday, a tiny bit warmer. A few clouds rolling through, but nothing too serious. Monday, high 84 and partly cloudy. And Tuesday, 78 with a few clouds as well.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. Programming note on Monday and Tuesday, I'll be coming to you from Wildwood, the convention center. I don't know if it's true. The last time they told me they could set me up overlooking the ocean, broadcasting from there on the back porch. I'm still working on that deal, but they're great guys. A lot of stuff still happening in Wildwood, and we'll have, of course, Scott Presler and the usual stuff. Is this true? I just got it from a Northeast source. There's going to be a celebration statue at Frankfurt and Cottman. Really? The 5 Points? You know, that's where people go to celebrate? They're going to put up a statue to that. I got to investigate that a little further. We might have that for you on Monday. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hello, David. What's yours today?
Hey, Dom, I would argue that this logo is also one, when you look at it, you hear it. And also, I think it pretty much created its own font, and that's Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars absolutely is a good choice. Guy Shiraki sent me the U.S. flag. Come on, that's like we don't go Bible and God. You can't answer, or Trump. You can keep those out. But all right, the flag, yes. The Earl of Tacony's got one that is ubiquitous too. Earl, what's yours?
Real quick, Ralph Lauren tried to copyright the United States flag as his official logo years ago, and they turned it down, saying, you're crazy. It's the American flag.
I'm surprised he's allowed to be in the country trying to do that. Can you imagine?
But my answer is about Harlan Sanders, who had a small restaurant in Corbin, Kentucky. He decided, people love my food. I can develop something called a franchise. So he franchised to a guy named Pete Harmon out in Salt Lake, Utah. And Pete Harmon was the one who came up with the idea. let's serve the chicken in red and white cardboard buckets, which became, the synonymous color of the company. He had a sign painter that came up with the name Kentucky Fried Chicken to go and, give it some Southern hospitality and give it some authenticity to distinguish it from other companies.
Right.
And they made the logo after Harlan Sanders himself, who was a Kentucky colonel, which is a honorary...
right.
And he actually looked like that with the goatee and the white suit. And every time you see his face, you know that you're buying chicken at the red and white bucket.
Thank you. Colonel is always in the South. Everybody's a colonel. Joe in Exton. Joe, how about yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Atop the Philadelphia City Hall building, there stands the statue of William Penn, a Quaker. And this statue represents the logo of the product of the city of Philadelphia, which is brotherly love.
Thank you, Joe. All right, decision. What do you say here, Kirk? Kirk, go ahead, Henry. Give me something.
Playboy Buddy.
Playboy
Michael.
Bunny. What do you say, Henry?
Apollo 11.
All right, I like the, I'm going to go Philip Delaware.
All right,
the
Copper
Tone.
Tone. Yeah,
Copper
that was
Tone goes into the hat.
up there
Let's
for me.
hear the roster here.
Yeah,
Don't worry
real-
about the drum.
Yeah, real quick. Robert and Ben Salem won on Monday. David and Lexington won on Tuesday. Bill and Montco won on Wednesday. Drew and Upper Darby won yesterday. And Phil and Delaware won today. If you put those into the hat.
Right.
That is a number 3. Bill and Montco, you're this week's winner.
All right, Bill, you get the $50 gift card to Metro. Thanks to Kirk for the last 2 days. Thanks to Henry. Richie always next. We're back Monday with a lot of great stuff. Noon until 3. All that here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail,